stand for the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Thank you. Okay. Trustees, you have received the agenda already, so can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda? Okay, I'll have somebody to move and second, and then you can.
Right, okay.
Moved by Trustee Laskin, seconded by Trustee Dawson. Okay, any changes to the agenda? Okay, go ahead, Trustee.
I would like to respectfully request that we move item, oh my gosh, I don't have it in front of me, my motion to the top of the agenda.
8.3.
Item
8.3.
8.3, thank you very much.
To where?
To after the delegations.
Okay, to after the delegation. So Trustee Dawson is moving the item 8.3 to after delegations. So first thing on the agenda after delegations.
And just to give some information of why I'm doing that, I've specially requested that Superintendent Sank and Spiropoulos attend the meeting, and that is the time frame.
Okay. Do you have a seconder for that amendment? Trustee Laskin? Okay. Any comments, questions on that? No, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that amendment carries. Now the agenda is amended. Can we have a vote on the amended agenda if there's no more amendments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. So the agenda has been approved with that amendment. Trustees, you've looked at the package, the agenda, and the materials. Is there any declaration of possible conflict of interest? Okay, hearing or seeing none, we will now move on to item number 4, which is delegations. Delegations allow for the public to address committees of the board and are designed to ensure that the members of the public can provide information and perspectives to trustees as we navigate our decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and should not engage in any behavior contrary to the board's code of conduct, human rights policy, and delegation procedure. We have a number of delegations today. Each delegate will be provided with a delegation number. You will have 3 minutes to present your delegation. You will hear a bell ring when you approach the end of your time. Trustees may ask questions of clarification following your delegation as well. So each trustee will have 3 minutes to do so. This 3 minutes include the questions and the responses. Please stay put after your presentation until we move to the next delegate in case any trustees have questions. So trustees, also reminder that we have 16 delegations today. So please keep your questions as clarifying questions so that we can move through the agenda. So we will start with the first delegate. We have delegations on 8.2, combating hate and racism, anti-Asian racism. So first delegate is Katie. So Katie, are you joining through, let me look at this, joining virtually or?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm here virtually.
Okay, go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Katie Zhao. As a board member of Chinese Canadian National Council Toronto Chapter, CCNCTO, I'm here today to represent CCNCTO to share our work on anti-Asian racism and call for more actions on anti-racism initiative in TDSB. As a nonprofit organization, CCNCTO has been promoting social justice and equity for Chinese communities since the day it was founded. CCNCTO has been calling for TDSB to condemn anti-Asian racism with a strategy for the past couple of years and has been working alongside community members, specifically students, parents, caregivers, and staff, to build their capacity to condemn anti-Asian racism and call for change. Facing unprecedented anti-Asian racism arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, CCNCTO had mobilized Chinese communities and organized rallies to raise the public's awareness of anti-Asian racism. CCNCTO has also created different initiatives such as the Chinese Youth Capacity Building Program to empower Chinese youth to lead advocacy and promote social justice, as many Chinese youth are often marginalized from leadership and advocacy opportunities. Aligning with my personal and professional goals, I joined CCNCTO as a board member and aim to promote the well-being of Chinese communities in Canada through my expertise. So as a former international student from China who had migrated across different provinces such as Quebec, Ontario in Canada, I have lived experiences of encountering racism both at the interpersonal and the systematic level. Deeply concerned about anti-Asian racism in schools, I have been thinking about how research can help amplify Asian students' voices and promote their well-being in schools. Working with other former and current international students, I participate in the Safe Harbor Project, a community-based study that focuses on K-12 international students' struggles within their home states. Cultural misunderstanding, racism, and lack of intervention on the staff, school, and systematic level have emerged frequently from student sharing. Therefore, we urge TDSB to approve this motion to take more concrete actions to address anti-Asian racism in schools. Specifically, we call for consideration of international student well-being and paid community inclusion. International students' well-being has often been dismissed, but it is very necessary to this strategy, as just supporting domestic students creates systematic cracks that further harm international students. Inclusion of organizations and social workers in the future anti-Asian racism strategy is necessary as well, as it is evident that the TDSB does not always have the same reach, capacity, or lived experience in community that organizations such as CCNCTO and other working professionals do. We're hoping that this motion can be the first step to dismantling anti-Asian racism and supporting our Asian students, parents, families, and staff at TDSB. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping it on time. We have a question from Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, and thank you for deputing today. So were you part of the Chinese Canadian National Council Toronto chapter who worked with the board in 2020 that produced the Addressing Anti-Racism, a Resource for Educators? Because I note in the reference section that your organization is mentioned.
Thank you so much for the question. I joined the board in early 2024. So the report you mentioned was previous work from other board members, but we are definitely sort of continue doing this work and this type of work, and then advocating the social justice equities for Asian kids in schools. So that's why we're here today. I represent CCNCTO today to call for these actions for this motion to be passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Zhao, for your wonderful, delegation. I have two questions. Number one, so could you clarify to me that what is the biggest challenge for especially international student who is facing anti-Asian racism at the TDSB?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So I think this question can be, we can answer this question from two levels. The first one is the interpersonal levels. So since the international students come from a culture that is totally different from Canadian culture, so when they interact with peers here, they definitely will encounter anti-Asian racism. So for example, I got so many students telling me that they are, their food at school, their peers made fun of their food because of Asian food stinks. All those kind of incidents I have heard from them. And then the other one is a systematic level. So as international students, you don't have the full legal and social status compared to domestic students. So you're automatically off limit to lots of opportunities here. For example, you cannot apply for some scholarship from Canadian government. You cannot participate in some initiative funded by Canadian government. So that's a systematic issue for me. Like I think international students, they pay tons of tuition fees here. They pay like 3-4 times tuition fees, higher tuition fees compared to domestic students, and they should have more opportunities as well. So I think the racism faced by international students can be seen from these two levels. That's my answer. Thank you so much for the question.
Okay, thank you very much. My second question is, how we can, advocate for a new strategy to combating is anti-Asian racism from your organization point of view.
I think there are different layers. Like, first of all, on the macro level, we do need to learn more about international students, especially international students from Asia, their lived experience in schools and how they encounter anti-Asian racism, how they have struggles, dealing with anti-Asian racism in schools. That's the first, I would say the point of the touch point.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your wonderful answers, a wonderful deputation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. I don't see any other questions from trustees, so thank you very much, Katie Zhou, for joining. Thank you. Next delegate is Eleanor Yang. Eleanor is joining virtually. Eleanor, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can start now. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Give me 1 second. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eleanor Yang. I'm here today as a community member and organizer who works with TDSB youth and families. To preface what I'll share, it's important to note that for the past few years, folks, including CCN-CTO, have called for TDSB numerous times to raise an anti-Asian racism motion. From my work with Chinese youth, parents, and community members, it's evident that many folks are discouraged from asking for support or engaging in education reform, including some more supporting motions such as this one, as they're often ignored, belittled, mocked, and assumed as inferior and less intellectual whenever they engage with their schools. A student shared with me that in addition to feeling like I do not belong in school spaces, other TDSB processes are also inaccessible, which only works to exclude folks like my parents from participation in our schools. Numerous parents that I have connected with have lamented about how they are often spoken down to and belittled while engaging in their children's schools. Asian students have also shared negative impacts that systemic racism in education has had on their personal life. As their parents are effectively excluded from their school life, students are left to fend for themselves without a significant arm of support, being that of their families. While numerous folks have reported these instances of racism, systemic change is yet to happen. A lack of response reinforces the idea that anti-Asian racism at TDSB is acceptable and that the belonging, safety, and support of Asian identifying students, parents, and guardians is not a priority. And so I'm here speaking today to ensure that the board considers the following in the passing of this anti-Asian racism motion. Where the motion calls for the establishment of focus groups to make recommendations, it's imperative that the board consider accessibility, community involvement, and payment. I remind trustees to consider those who can't or won't share their stories because of barriers and or negative experiences seeking accountability. I remind the board as well to consider the importance of language accessibility, as translators and interpreters are necessary to ensure that community members can be engaged. These need to be planned for and not an afterthought. We can't expect students to translate for their parents, because if that's the case, we're othering and placing a burden on students yet again. Lastly, I urge the board to include paid opportunities for community organizations and representatives in their focus group call-out. Many organizations, including CCN-CTO, are able to connect to community members who are otherwise marginalized by schools. Where the motion calls for additional professional learning about anti-Asian racism, it's necessary that this learning is mandatory and rooted in student, parent, staff, and community experiences. Learning about anti-Asian racism in theoretical ways through numbers and data is disconnected from the material ways in which racism is experienced on individual and systemic levels. The only way to create change, accountability, and support is to include folks in the construction of these professional learning opportunities. And lastly, where the motion notes the need for an anti-Asian racism strategy, we urge the board to consider how community organizations can fit into this strategy to amplify the impact of work being done and how curriculum change can improve public education about diverse experiences of Asian diasporic communities. I hope that when voting to pass this motion, the board can really consider these recommendations shared so that we can move forward to taking the first step to dismantling anti-Asian racism together.
Thank you. Thank you, Eleanor. I have Trustee Laskin on the list of trustees to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Eleanor, for sharing your perspective, especially how we work with communities. I'm just wondering if you have had a chance to go through the document that the board published in 2020, and if in fact you think an update is needed to that document, or one should start again and have to create a new anti-Asian racism strategy. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that, again, there needs to be paid and mandatory learning opportunities for staff to engage in this training. Again, right now, it's not indicated if these are part of mandatory professional development at the TDSB. As well, I think, unfortunately, when you search the document, there are actually no mentions of international and newcomer students and how we support those students perhaps differently than students born here. So again, I think that type of community level input is really necessary in the strategy. Lastly, I think community organization engagement is also really important. Again, school boards can only do so much. There's only so much within the jurisdiction of schools as well. So having community connections to organizations who can provide external support is so important for the overall well-being of our students.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eleanor. We have Trustee Pei.
Eleanor is a wonderful deputation. Thank you very much. So could you clarify to me that is, besides the language barrier, what's his next the biggest challenge for, parents to be engaged with their student life at a TDSB?
I think from a lot of parents, there is a lack of communication in general, even without a language barrier from school. So I know a lot of parents, for example, an easy one during COVID-19 was there was a rapid increase in screen time from a lot of their children. And there was just not a proper communication as well, communication in multiple languages about the fact that school was being, not only was school being moved online, but the other avenues that students use for online learning, like Google Classroom sites and things like that. So just some information about that is really helpful to parents, and also multiple ways of connecting with parents. So not just in committee meetings such as this one, but hosting more events in the community and events in collaboration with community organizations. For example, a lot of the parents we're connected to don't really hear much from their schools or don't really know who to contact or who to engage. And so we've actually hosted events with trustees in the past where we're able to engage folks who might otherwise just not know about these opportunities. So I think information sharing through those means is really important.
I totally agree. Communication is key. Here is my second question would be is what kind of professional learning you would recommend the board to do for our staff or community members?
I think that's a really difficult question. I think professional learning should be created based off these focus groups and what folks recommend and what folks see as, I think part of professional learning is understanding how better to support community members, because again, learning more about lived experiences and what responses students and family and staff would like in the face of anti-Asian racism is really important. I think as well, writing down and having educators go through kind of experiences that students and staff, parents have with anti-Asian racism in the school board is important for non-Asian identifying staff to understand, but also for them to change their perception of how anti-Asian racism is systemic. I think that in itself would change how non-Asian educators speak to or communicate with or speak about folks, racialized new immigrant folks. Again, I think professional development can sometimes be like a checklist item, and I want to make sure that TDSB is not using this as a checklist item. How are we really engaging staff in this learning? If anti-Asian racism learning is only going to happen during Asian Heritage Month, that's really a checklist item. What are you doing past Asian Heritage Month? What are you doing past, learning about cultures, celebrating cultures? How are you actively dismantling anti-Asian racism is a huge part of that work.
That's amazing. My last question is like,
Pei,
in your opinion,
Trustee Pei, you only have 5 seconds left, so I don't think.
Okay, really quick, Mr. Chair. Okay, so you think it's a new strategy required? Yes or no?
I think we should redevelop the old strategy. I don't think we need to start from square one.
So,
I think we need to build
Eleanor,
on that.
Unfortunately, the time allocated for question and answer for a trustee is together 3 minutes. So he wanted a quick yes or no answer if you could fit in within that answer. But there's Trustee Wong who still wants to ask questions, so I'll move on to Trustee Wong. Trustee Wong?
Hi, Eleanor. Thank you very much for coming today and share your knowledge and expert advice in the lived experiences of our students, our Asian students in the community. Thank you for that. And I want your further question actually is in vein of what Trustee Pei had just asked. Now recognizing that TDSB does develop a pretty comprehensive strategy on anti-racism, anti-oppression. But I would like, and then you've been given information that we also developed a guide, anti-Asian guide, 2 years back. But recognizing that our issues or concerns and lived experiences are never static. So can you please further provide your professional insight as as the importance of the need of an ongoing partnership, ongoing collaboration with the community. So can you elaborate more on that, please?
Yeah, I think as I mentioned, the previous strategy, we want to build on it. We don't need to start from scratch, just building on it. The current anti-Asian racism educator's guide at TDSB does not include mention of newcomer and international student experience. And I also think it doesn't really include as much about supporting family members, supporting new immigrants, supporting refugees, all of that. So I think those are important things to add into it. And it's ongoing. Like, again, as I mentioned, anti-racism is not a checklist item. It's continuing, it's ongoing. And so maybe for the next 2-3 years, this is fine. The resource we redevelop is fine, but continually engaging in anti-Asian racism learning is important. I think issues change, policies change, the demographics might change. And so continually tailoring that based on changing demographics is important as well. And connecting with community members and community organizations to understand emerging changes or emerging issues is also an important part of that.
Great, thank you, Anna. And like last question, understand that you are a member of CCN-CTO and also a member of the EPAC committee. So
yeah.
With your involvement for the last few years, have you been having ongoing contact or ongoing consultation or ongoing discussion with educators and administrators on this particular issue in terms of further the work of anti-Asian racism?
Yes, we definitely have. We've been in contact with community. We've been involved with not just TDSB, but various school boards. So I think a lot of our understanding of student and parent experiences is representative of a large population of Asian community members. We work with other Asian identifying community organizations as well. So sorry, I feel like I might be misinterpreting your question, but I believe we've been engaging in this work in various ways for the past couple of years.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleanor, for joining us. And trustees, thanks for your question. Next, we move on to the third delegation today. Elaine, you joining virtually. Elaine?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you can start now.
Okay. All right. Okay. So thank you so much for having me share my story at this meeting. My name is Elaine. In the past more than 13 years, I've walked many impacts of anti-Asian racism as a past international student, an educator, and once a homestay parent. It is the most heartbreaking when the students I taught share with me multiple times being told to get off the bus during COVID-19 and some racial slurs in school washrooms and social isolation experienced during recess periods simply because they're international students from different parts of Asia. And many of these resulted in them actually leaving TDSB and that neighborhood. I'm fully aware that TDSB is looking to provide a respectful and culturally safe learning environment for all students, but most funding and strategies combating racism do not include international students' experiences of xenophobia and their mistreatment they receive being called educational tourists. Well, the TDSB has a significant amount of international students. Many of these students fall through the cracks due to their temporary and precarious immigration statuses. Students often had to rely on overly priced third-party agencies to access these services, including safe accommodation, healthcare, setting up bank accounts, cell phone plans, as well as course planning for university applications. Although many of these services were linguistically available to international students and their caregivers, these spaces often became a place of exploitation, to which TDSB denies any responsibility. And this is due to the inability of the current system to provide what they need. As a result, racialized international students do not stand on a level playing field. Even though there are many services and programs, they're not accessible to them because of their immigration status. Despite this fact, there are no alternative services and programs promoted by the TDSB to support these students. TDSB has a critical role in recognizing these needs, which might differ from domestic students. For example, many students' parents are abroad and live with home-safe families. How could TDSB ensure students are physically safe and ready for school? Is TDSB equipping these students with the skills and necessary support to live independently or with families they've never met? And when abuse happens and exploitation happens, are there harm reduction counseling services provided to them that are accessible? So based on my experience as an international student and working with them, I witnessed how they created support system and network so they could blend in and integrate. These are always inspiring, but often through many trials and errors and sometimes risks that can endanger their livelihood, status, and healthy development. However, TDSB is part of the ecosystem of international.
We are at the end of the time for you. If it's a written document that you're reading off, please also send us a copy to the same email, and we will be able to share that with all the trustees as well. Let me see if there's any questions from any trustees. Okay, seeing no question. Thank you, Elaine, for sharing your concerns and your experience. Thank you. Our next delegate is user C2. User C2.
Hi, hello. My name is Yuza C2, and I just want to begin by recognizing my privilege as a second-generation Chinese immigrant. The struggles of my first-generation parents have paved the way for the opportunities I have received in education as a current university student. For me, speaking English fluently without an accent has meant that I can easily gather information for myself, but this isn't the case for everyone, and was definitely not the case for my immigrant father. In 1991, my father immigrated to Toronto at the age of 16, alongside my grandma, who's a single mother at the time. Living on Bathurst Street, he attended Central Technical School, where he received little support and was alienated by the teaching staff and administration. Information and resources were inaccessible to him, as both his mother and him could not speak English, impacting his ability to receive the same quality of education as his classmates. As a result, he was forced to navigate confusing bureaucratic procedures and language barriers alone as a child. It is now 2024, and exactly 33 years since my father immigrated to Canada. Almost nothing has changed. It has been 3 decades, and members of my community, family, friends, and myself continue to experience alienation and racism at the hands of not only our peers, but also our teachers under the roof of the Toronto District School Board. Similarly to my father's experience, I too was forced to translate school forms and act as an interpreter to my parents during parent-teacher interviews. These responsibilities, which are meant to be held by adult professionals, were placed upon myself, who was a child at the time. But my experience is not unique. Many children of immigrants are forced into these unfair situations where they must take on the tasks of professionals that the school refuses to provide to students and parents. All of these are seemingly small inconveniences, but they accumulate into a message of exclusion, a message that me, my parents, and my community do not deserve to receive the same quality of education, care, and support as everyone else, and that we do not belong here. With CC and CTO, I've learned about school advocacy and how often racialized students' voices are ignored and are assigned tasks such as interpreting and supporting international students. All these responsibilities should be placed in the hands of adults, not children. These experiences are not solely individual, but a form of systemic racism aimed to exclude Asian students and families from the TDSB. It's important for the TDSB to recognize that acts of anti-Asian racism are not solely individual, appearing through the use of slurs, derogatory language, physical harassment, and hate crimes. It also appears as systemic procedures of exclusion and othering. When children are forced to take on the responsibilities that adults within the Toronto District School Board could not provide themselves, it becomes a structural issue. TDSB serves one of the most diverse and multicultural student bodies in the province. With a significant population of various Asian students and staff, I hope that the Board of Trustees hears my story as not a personal tale, but as a representation of the anti-Asian racism experienced by many folks in my community. Although I know the motion will likely be passed, I urge you all to ensure that the voices of parents and students can be heard. The numerous newcomers and immigrants within the school board have clearly conveyed their experiences, making it evident that TDSB needs to pay special attention to ensuring that language accessibility and prioritized, and that the access to resources and a quality education is available to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for the delegation. In which you shared that it was your responsibility to serve as interpreter for school report card meetings and whatnot. At the time, and that's unfortunate, and so I feel badly about that, but I'm trying to clarify what, at the time, did the TDSB offer interpreter services? And did your family, if so, did your family, were they aware and did they request it? And unfortunately, that wasn't able to take place. Can you share a little bit why that burden ultimately landed to you?
Yeah, so in a lot of cases where I've had to sort of come along for parent-teacher interviews, I was often sort of asked or assumed to be the translator between the teacher and my parents. We were never aware of any sort of services where we could ask for a translator. The teachers never sort of suggested one. I was always just assumed to be the one to translate for the both of them. Yeah, and even if, you know, there were translator services, again, it was never made aware to us, and it's not information that is accessible to us. If a lot of parents and students don't know about this information and they're not told this, we would never be able to access these resources.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you very much, user, for your wonderful deputation. I have clarification questions regarding the challenges that the international student facing these days. Do you think the challenge they're facing today now is very different from the challenge you're facing when you were an international student, or you think that they're very similar? And at the board, we have never addressed that issue. I just wanted some clarification for that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that there has been obviously progress. It has been a while, but I don't think that the progress has been enough, and that within the time that my father has been in school, the time that I've been in school, and till now, there hasn't been enough real material action being made. You know, there's Asian Heritage Month that schools celebrate. Maybe there's a specific day designated to recognize anti-Asian racism, but there hasn't been any real sort of policy efforts that truly have been pushing for anti-Asian racism awareness and how to combat it and how to address it and how to make sure that people are held accountable when they are sort of reaffirming these sort of oppressive systems that exclude and other Asian students and other racialized students and parents.
Thank you. My follow-up question would be, when you talk about there's not a real action by the board, what do you really mean the reactions? Thank you.
So from a sort of personal lens, through my personal lens, as a previous student, even in cases where, you know, there were situations where my peers were sort of expressing derogatory words and phrases like calling Asian people dog eaters and other things like that. There was never a time where I felt like if I went to a teacher, I could sort of seek sort of a safe and supportive environment. As previously said by Eleanor, in a lot of cases, there are these barriers where students don't feel like that if they were to seek support, the actions of others would be held accountable or anything would be properly done. And I think that these sort of real material experiences, these personal experiences of students and parents is still very prevalent. And I think it speaks to the amount of effort that still needs to be done by the school board.
Thanks so much, Yusa, for a wonderful deputation. I think I learned a lot about the problem this international student facing today. I hope my colleague has learned the very important issue as well. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Yusa, for delegating.
Thank you.
We will move on to the next delegate. Anu, please go ahead and please speak more closer to your phone to be more clear.
Sure.
Thank you. You can start.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, we can
Is
hear
it better?
Yeah, go ahead and start, please. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Yep. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So my name is Anurag Singhal, and I'm the chairman of the board of directors of the TAPA group. I have a deep concern about the TDSB anti-Asian racism strategy for some of the reasons that I have witnessed. I am a parent of a TDSB student, and what I have seen is that there has been no proper consultation in the past with us, yeah, or even any of the other Asian parents for any issues that we see is, when our child goes to the school and face those anti-racism comments, any kind of policy that TDSB brings in, there hasn't been any kind of consultation with the Asian parents, and I've never heard of any request as well by the TDSB, no, neither any email. And I have seen that, and I've witnessed this, that my daughter, who has been to different schools at the TDSB, like elementary and middle schools as well. So not even once I have seen that there has been an Asian principal or a vice principal. I mean, there are only 30%, I believe, of the staff which are Asians at the TDSB. I don't know why is that, because if we see the students, they make up almost 40% of that, like more than that, right? But then if we look at the staff, we hardly have any Asian vice principal or principal. I don't know how that has happened, why TDSB let that happen. If there a reason, or if there's a way that TDSB board can improve upon those areas. Also, I feel that there is a bit of lack or slack, I will say, on the senior level at the TDSB, where from the management team, I see only 9% of the Asians instead of 30% of the staff or the students, I would say. Why? I mean, do we really feel that Asians are not talented, or is just not getting promoted for whatever reason? So at times I just get a bit confused there, and it becomes my concern. It becomes my concern because at the school, if there is a student from some other category, and if a conflict arises at any given point of time, my kid cannot say a word or cannot point out a finger using any kind of word that may hurt them, because that will be brought immediately to the attention of the staff and the teachers and the principal. But then that does not hold true in vice versa. If my kid has been pointed out and commented as some kind of racism comment has been passed on my kid, if my kid goes to the school teacher or to the staff or anyone, they are told like, okay, you know what, just forget it. You don't have to worry about it. Just focus on the studies. Like, why is that? It should be both the ways. I mean, so I see.
We are at time. We actually had a little bit extra time because our clock didn't start for the first 20 seconds. So thank you. Let me see if there's any questions. Trustee Pei has a question.
Thank you, Anurag, for your deputation. I just have a really quick question for clarification. I think you mentioned that it's only 9% of that senior team of TDSB are Asian. How do you arrive at that number?
Yes. I mean, it's very simple. Just go to the website. It's all transparent, right? Any parent, anyone can go and look into the website of the TDSB.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other trustees with question, thank you very much, Anurag, for joining us today. Next delegate is Harry Liu. Harry,
thank you.
Are you online? Harry Liu? Not here yet. We'll see if we can get Harry later. Next delegate is Carl Chen. Carl Chen, are you there? please press *6 to unmute.
Yes.
Okay. We can hear you now.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Your time is 3 minutes, so you can start now.
Oh, I can start now. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Carl Tan, a father of a grade 9 student in high school. And my today's topic is against TDSB anti-Asian racism strategy. Yeah, actually, who am I? Actually, I came to Canada 22 years ago, actually from China. I love Toronto as a city within park, right? Yeah, it's a beautiful city. And also TDSB is a very good school board too. I know a lot of international students, they spend a lot of money all the way from China to Toronto to pursue their education. However, we can make it even better, right? So that's why I want to raise my concern today. Actually, my concern is about the problem about it's not fair to Asian background students, teachers, senior leadership, and even principal and VP levels. The fact is, the TDSB, within TDSB, we have three pillars of TDSB, right? Which is achievement, equity, and well-being. Talk about equity, it means the TDSB's goal is to provide equitable, accessible, and inclusive education experience for all students according to their unique needs, right? So it's consistent with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. However, I have the following concerns. First is about consultation. So actually within TDSB, I never heard of any consultation inviting Asian background parents, correct? If I'm right? Okay, so why not set up a consultation inviting Asian parents, right? Asian parents consist of 40, we have 40% Asian background students within TDSB, right? 40%, a lot of Asian parents. I know maybe they're not very good with English, but this is a multicultural country, right? So equity. The second concern is about, I never see any Asian face as a principal or VP since my daughter started education from the primary school until high school, correct? Maybe we can do something to improve that situation.
That's the end of the time.
Third is,
the 3 minutes is wrapped up. If you want to wrap up with a sentence, with something that I can let you wrap up the sentence, but 3 minutes is up.
Okay, so we need to improve the ratio of principal, VP, senior leadership within TDSB. Also, I have a concern about lottery system too.
I appreciate that.
So
I just
lottery system reduced Asian background students dramatically, which is not good.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Carl, your time is up. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Might be trustees who might have questions, and you might be able to respond to those questions. So I have Trustee King first, and then we'll go to Trustee Pei.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Carl Chen, for coming in and speaking with us. I just wanted to clarify, I believe that I heard in your delegation that you're not aware of Asian parents being invited to participate in TDSB consultations. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, you're right.
Okay,
So
can you
do
please...
we have those kind of consultations inviting Asian parents?
And then perhaps I can just clarify further. Is there a specific consultation that you're referring to, or are you speaking generally about all the consultations that we hold for the public?
For example, lottery system, okay? So because the lottery system has, dramatically reduced Eastern Asian background students who really are talented, to for a special program like Claude Wilson School of Arts. My daughter went there from grade 4 to grade 8. You know, after lottery system kick in, a lot of talented East Asian background students, they cannot get into this, what they want, which is not right. It's not a win-win solution for the whole society too, right? So maybe TDSB should invite those East Asian background parents for the consultation to solve this problem, right? Correct? You agree?
Thank you for that. So I acknowledge some of what we've heard in terms of communication barriers and some instances where we could do better to communicate opportunities to families. But I want to be very clear that our consultation processes are public. They're available and all are welcome, and we'll continue to work to make sure that all feel and are accommodated.
Thank you. Just clarifying questions, please.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Pei, your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Carl, for your deputation.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, so I have a question for you as well regarding the lottery system. So you said there's not a proper consultation. What do you really to mean about that?
Okay. For example, a lot of parents, of my daughter's classmates' parents, I know a lot because I'm kind of active within the society. I'm also the Asian Parents Association, TAPA. I'm also one of board members, or one of board members, right? So I know a lot of parents, they are not satisfied and even angry about this because their kids cannot go where they want to go, but they don't know who they should speak to within TDSB. Yes, I think TDSB should take this initiative to invite those parents to speak, to talk, communicate. Otherwise, this is not good for the equity of TDSB, as a principle, right? As one of the 3 principles.
Thank you very much, Carol. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl, for joining us, delegate. Thank you. And
all right. Thank you for the opportunity.
We move on to the next set of delegates to a different item. This is under the No Geopolitical Activism in School category. We have number 9 now, delegate number 9, Alison Campbell. Yes, please, you can use the mic in the center of the boardroom. And sorry, before you start, I'm going to take a minute to ask trustees who joined the meeting after the roll call to please let us know if you are online.
Mr. Chair, Trustee Lee is here.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Anyone else?
Trustee Rajwani is present.
Thank you.
Patel here.
Trustee Leovitis.
Thank you, trustees. Okay, we will continue with the delegations. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. This is my first time doing this, so be kind. I am just here as a parent in the TDSB, and the TDSB, we actually moved so that our kids could be in the TDSB, and so far it's been a really, really great experience. They've thrived academically, artistically, and athletically, and they've made such a huge diversity of friendships, people from different races, religions, cultures. It's just been incredible. And Toronto's been incredible because it's a place that's safe and where we can build a future without fear. And that's what it was. But over the past year, as Jewish people, it's become a place that's been fraught with a lot more fear. And I'm not here to talk about the experiences of being a Jewish adult in Toronto and Canada in 2024, but I know we all care about all of our kids and that all our kids belong. And I'm concerned that we might be in a place where Jewish kids are not able to feel that same sense of belonging that they once did and that they deserve to, and that you care to protect, which I believe that you do. And in keeping geopolitics out of our schools, out of the classrooms. That's a way that we can help make sure that all of our kids can belong. I do see my kids' sense of belonging in the TDSB under threat. They were able to be their authentic selves, wear, clothes representing their faith or their connection to Israel, which people might have mixed opinions about, but those need to, again, stay outside of our schools. There's already so much our kids are experiencing online and in their communities, but in their schools, they need to feel that they belong. In our schools, my own kids had to witness swastikas and other graffiti that made them feel uncomfortable. And until a year ago, they might have expressed their concerns. Now they don't feel able to share anything because they don't feel that they can belong. So the adults in charge have an opportunity to say, do, teach, and model so much more. We don't want our Jewish kids or any of our kids, our Asian kids that we just heard about, to feel like they don't belong. And while the TDSB can't control what happens outside of the classroom and outside of our schools, we really need to ensure that we have safe spaces of learning. Our kids shouldn't see or be exposed to any elements of geopolitical matters that could erode their sense of belonging. And I am just here to express that view and ask you as trustees to do your best to keep geopolitics out of the classrooms. My younger kid asked me the other day, "Mom, what university doesn't hate Jews?" And I didn't have the answer, but I want to be able to say you're safe now in our schools at the TDSB. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alison, for your delegation. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Thank you, Alison, for your such insightful, deputation. I really share the pain your community going through these days. So could you just clarify with me, what is biggest fear in your children's mind? Will she or she go to school? Biggest fear.
Well, right now, the children's fear is that if someone knows that they're Jewish, or if someone knows that they support Israel's right to exist as a state, then they could be anything from like unfriended, right? My daughter heard some kids behind her saying, she'd kill me for saying it, but she heard some kids behind her saying, oh, we're not going to be friends with so-and-so because they support Israel, right? So they're scared of anything ranging from unfriending to physical violence that could occur. That would probably occur outside of school. I hope that the schools could keep it safe, but there is a fear that if people know that, their stance or their opinions, that they could be physically and certainly emotionally threatened.
So what's your biggest fear as a mom when you send your kids to the school?
Yeah, my biggest fear, there's two, right? My biggest fear is physical, right? That someone's going to try to attack them. We've seen incidences in parts of the world where that happens. So I fear for their physical safety, but I also fear for their mental health, because incidents, especially even if they're sort of small things that make them feel that they don't belong, over time can have a cumulative effect that can be really damaging. So I'm concerned that if they can't be their authentic self, especially as they strive to elevate their peers, then that could be just bad for their mental health and lead to problems as they develop.
So in your mind, you think keeping geopolitics out of our school would make both parents and students feel safe?
It would definitely make parents and students feel safe to know that when they're at school, geopolitics are not a part of what they have to encounter. The opinions of the adults in charge are going to be kept to outside of school hours, and they're going to get to learn what's in the curriculum without fear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For wonderful deputation.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin.
Very much, and thanks for coming, and you did just fine, so no worries. Do you think anti-Semitism is geopolitics? I'm trying to clarify your discussion. So if your kids are fearing at school to be their whole selves, including their Jewish identity, do you believe that has to do with geopolitics?
think that geopolitics, when it comes to Israel and the Jewish people, are intrinsically connected. And trying to separate them out is tricky. So I think that just like, so many of the delegates before me have said, it's really important that the adults in school learn about how to not be racist against Asian people. It's also equally important that it's mandatory for them to learn not to be racist against Jewish people. And because people associate Jewish, there's a fine line between Judaism, Zionism, Israel. Those connections get blurred for people who don't have the insight or the education and are just sort of following the herd, and that's where the danger lies. So anti-Semitism is real, but I'm not an educator. What do I think that you can do as the school board is keeping the discussions that have nuance out of our certainly our K-12, where I don't know that they have the maturity to be able to embark upon those well, and I don't think our teachers are trained necessarily. I'm not a teacher, but I don't think they're probably trained to do that with the care that it deserves to keep our kids safe.
Thank you very much. And just one more follow-up. Have your children experienced anti-Semitism at your school?
They have, right?
And have you spoken to your teachers or principals about it? And did you get an appropriate response of concern and empathy back and what they were going to do to educate about the hate?
No.
Thank you. We'll follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, I too want to thank Ms. Gamble for her delegation today. I think it's important we go on the record indicating that we're kind to our rookies and our veterans alike. So, but it was great today to hear from you and you share your experience. I'm interested in a little bit about, other than the geopolitical, which you've been clear and shared about, because you shared, if I heard correctly, that your children were feeling comfortable and accepted, and then, for reasons that are obvious, there's been challenges and whatnot. And then you shared that they were no longer, comfortable and there were challenges for them. So I guess my question of clarification becomes around what would, in your experience, what would help, kind of thing? Like we go to great lengths to celebrate Heritage Months, and we want to, allow our students to share their proud heritage and whatnot. So you've come from a place of a good place, and now find yourself in a challenging place. So short of the geopolitical, I guess I'd like to learn a little bit about what else you think we might be able to do to better support your children and children in a similar situation.
It's a really good question, and I don't know that I have the answers. Maybe some of the other delegates will have more information or more opinions. I think it comes down to education. I know my kids have learned a lot about how to be allies to a number of communities that they're not a part, and really care for and feel, right? Yesterday, they proudly wore their orange shirts in support of, their Indigenous friends, and they welcome and celebrate Black History Month and are really excited and proud to, honor, the members of those communities. But to my knowledge, nothing was done last year for Jewish Heritage Month in May, even though it was recognized. So I don't know that those same role models and examples, and maybe we're just sort of at the infancy. It's taken years to get where we are with some of the strategies around truth and reconciliation and addressing anti-Black racism, and those are all really important and really meaningful. And I think, all I'm saying is can the school board maybe apply those same principles and expand them to just ensure that with the changing geopolitical climate, that the Jewish kids, the Israeli kids are not left out of being supported.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any other trustees. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you so much.
Next delegate is Maya Fitzpatrick.
It's also my first time. Good evening. My name is Maya Fitzpatrick, and I'm a Jewish, Israeli, Canadian immigrant and the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. I'm also a mother of 3 children in the TDSB. When I was 6 years old living in Israel, I was attacked by a Palestinian terrorist. My only crime, daring to exist as a Jew in my indigenous homeland. It was the start of the first Intifada, and a few years later, my parents decided to immigrate to Canada, leaving behind their family and the country they love. They were seeking a life free from terrorism and war. Yet now, as I sit here, Jewish families across Canada are grappling with a heartbreaking choice. Should we move to Israel for the safety of our children? How can this make sense? Parents are weighing the dangers of a war zone where hundreds of rockets rain down daily against sending their kids to schools in Canada where anti-Semitism is alarmingly on the rise. How did we get here? Last year at my son's school, a Holocaust speaker presented a powerful message only for a teacher to diminish its significance by comparing the genocide of 6 million Jews to the ongoing war in Gaza. This is not just inappropriate, it's an example of Holocaust inversion, which is anti-Semitic. The teacher then proceeded to show a video by Al Jazeera, an outlet funded by Qatar. When a brave Jewish student asked to present an Israeli perspective, the teacher claimed she couldn't find anything online. I spent my life advocating for peace in the face of my own trauma, or exactly because of it. When my Palestinian friend asked how I harbor no hatred towards her or her people, my answer was simple. I wasn't raised with hate. My parents never spoke ill of anyone. They, along with my Jewish education, instilled in me the importance of understanding and compassion. Even after narrowly escaping a suicide bombing during the second Intifada, my commitment to peace grew stronger. So I ask you, how is it that I, someone with lived experience, chose a path of understanding and partnership while some teachers in the TDSB, with no personal stake in the matter, promote hate and divisive narratives? How is that acceptable? Why aren't teachers fostering discussions about peace, shared humanity, and understanding? Why are we allowing politics to seep into our classrooms where opinions are treated as facts and facts are up for debate? Our educators should be teaching our children how to think critically, not what to think. Education should be grounded in research and facts, not fueled by political ideology. Thank you. I'm Israel Chai.
Trustee Pei? Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Maya, I thank you for the courage to speak to the board. I understand your profound pain as a mother. I understand what the situation we're facing to our children at the school. A lot of them don't feel safe. So let me ask you a very simple question. What do you want us to do?
Yeah,
How we can make our children feel safe?
Thank you for the question. So I think your motion today that you're putting forward to remove geopolitics from the classroom is definitely a first step in the right direction. I think there's facts and then there's opinions. And you know, when you're a student in a classroom and your teacher shares their opinion about a geopolitical matter, some kids who know nothing about what's happening are now going to take that opinion and base it as a fact, and they're going to go on living their lives thinking that that's the ultimate truth. Okay, so it's not up to the teachers to tell the kids what to think. That's just point one. The second thing is this institution is based on education. So I think any actions that you take need to be based on an education perspective. So I would recommend that anti-Semitism training should be mandatory for all staff and administration in the TDSB. And while I know there's Holocaust education, and that's really based on historical anti-Semitism, contemporary anti-Semitism is not talked about, and it is way more relevant to what is happening right now and why so many Jewish students feel unsafe in the TDSB.
So basically, as I understand, as education institution, our job is educate our children to think critically and independently. While we're providing factual background of information to the children, make sure they get all those true information so they can make their own mind, make own their decision. So is that what you really want us to do?
There's history and then there's politics. History should be taught in the school, and I don't think politics in terms of geopolitics need to be brought in unless it's like a civil class, a class about geopolitics. So I don't think it's up to the teachers to education is one thing, but to tell the kids what to think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Page. Just a quick reminder to trustees to keep it to clarifying questions. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you again, Maya, for coming. Just so you're clear, it's not on our agenda tonight. So I just want to make that clear. It's not being discussed tonight. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. The second point that I wanted to clarify is you mentioned this incident that happened. Was that reported to your principal?
Oh, yes, it was.
And did you get an appropriate response from your principal?
No.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the geopolitics-related motion will be on the board meeting next week, but there's no delegation opportunities for that, so this probably would be the opportunity to delegate.
Okay,
so
sorry, that's my mistake.
That's not a problem at all. Any other questions, comments from anyone? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Miriam Goldman is next.
So my children and I are all born and raised in Canada, but that's not where my family is from. My parents were both born in Morocco. In 1959, my grandfather, an advisor to the king, was warned by a close friend to collect his family and leave. So under the darkness of that night, they fled. Why? Anti-Semitism. My father's family immigrated to Canada. His sisters moved to Paris in the late 60s to start their families. All of my cousins who were born and raised in France have now left because it's no longer safe for Jews to walk the streets. I used to always tell my children that we are so lucky to live in this beautiful country. Unfortunately, I no longer feel that the true North is strong and free. I fear for the future that we are building for our children. I'm blessed to have 3 kids. My 2 eldest have been raised in the public school system. They have had the benefit of enjoying the multiculturalism and inclusive nature that is celebrated in the TDSB. Unfortunately, the deterioration of the political climate has been reflected in our public school system. As a result, I am no longer sure that I want to expose my 3-year-old to the TDSB's current moral compass. Under your supervision, the school board allowed teachers and principals to take children to the Grassy Narrows First Nation River Run event. It doesn't take much to realize that these pro-jihad protests, which have overrun our streets and perverted every narrative to divert the attention from what is happening in our own backyard, would also be at this event. The terrible mercury poisoning this community continues to endure was not the focus of the children's trip, as it was supposedly intended. The focus was on hateful rhetoric and false propaganda that has no place in our schools. How did our faculty not know this was going to happen? I refuse to sit back and not voice my disappointment when innocent children at multiple schools were led into a preconceived rally that was disguised and sold to the parents as a legitimate First Nations event? How is it possible that not one of the teachers, principals, nor vice principals or superintendent raised their hand to say that something is wrong with this field trip? How is this happening today in my beautiful country? There are countless examples of pro-Palestinian propaganda being displayed and quietly promoted in schools. How is this allowed? How are there books in our libraries teaching children about from the river to the sea? Let's be clear. From the river to the sea is hate speech for genocide, and it's being taught in our schools across Toronto in 2024. This signals to me that this is a symptom of a much greater problem. Because I can tell you that sitting on this side of the table, it certainly feels that anti-Semitism has grown exponentially in the TDSB schools. I urge and plead with all of you to please make the immediate changes necessary from within. I refuse to flee my home under the cover of the night as my grandfather did. Our children and our community deserve better.
Thank you. Questions, Trustee Pei?
Thank you very much, Ma'am, for your wonderful deputation. I have a very simple question to ask you. I know some of the demonstrated the chant from river to the sea. To a lot of Jewish community in Toronto, in Canada, they think that's a genocidal slogan. So can you just explain to me why Jewish community perceives that way?
Why it's a genocide, why we...
Yeah.
Okay, because from the river, it's the Jordanian River to the Mediterranean Sea. Israel is in between. So from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free because there will be no more Israel, no more Jewish people, and Palestine will continue or will rule that area.
I got it. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. My next question is, I know a lot of, Toronto parents, they're enriched by this field trip turnout demonstration. So what is really this demonstration is really hurt the Jewish community in the perspective, in your perspective, your family perspective, or in your community perspective? Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, my question is, there's outreach regarding this field trip turnout demonstration, right? So I want to understand what is really the outreach with you, with your family, with the Jewish community. Yeah.
Where is the outreach?
Yeah,
With the,
what the type of outreach? Why you're so outreach?
outraged.
That's
Sorry.
right. Yeah, I want to understand the rationale and how much pain you're endured. This event.
As educators, as guardians of the students during the day, you're responsible for the safety of the children and ensuring that they're properly educated and well taken care of. Taking them to an event or a protest where you need to make sure that their safety is number one, first of all, and number two, taking them to an event where you're not sure what else can happen at the event is dangerous for them. Never mind the long-term effects of them being brainwashed into believing that from the river to the sea should actually be a thing, because they don't understand that. They're too young to understand what that really means. And
you can finish yours.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, with social media and then the opinions of teachers that don't belong in the classroom, they're being taught the wrong thing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for delegating today. We'll go to Marjorie Gann. Marjorie is joining virtually. Are you able to hear us? Press *6 to unmute.
Hello. Hello, I can hear you.
Hi there.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes. You can start now.
I can start now?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Marjorie Gann. I am the author of 2 children's books on the history of world slavery. I am also a retired elementary school teacher with 35 years experience in the classroom teaching all subjects. I came here today to make 3 points. Point number 1. In the course of my 35 years of teaching, not one of my students nor any of their parents knew anything about my politics. Why? Because all of my colleagues and I knew that to influence the politics of our students in any way would be unprofessional and unethical. Point number 2. Everyone has heard that one of the chants at the Grassy Narrows protest, which TDSB students echoed at the behest of teacher organizers, began "From Turtle Island to Palestine." The term Turtle Island is based on the traditional mythology of only Algonquian and Iroquois people. It's not representative of traditional beliefs of all of Canada's Indigenous peoples. But even worse, it erases Canada. Is it acceptable to most Torontonians that our beautiful democratic country be erased by teachers at a publicly funded school? Point number 3. The EQAO has just released the results on province-wide testing in math and literacy. In the 2023-24 grade 9 assessment of mathematics, only 54% of TDSB students met the provincial standard. Results were equally poor at the primary and middle school levels. On the grade 9 literacy test, 90% of students in the academic stream met the provincial standard, which is great. But province-wide, for students in the applied stream, only 58% met the provincial standard. Perhaps a better way to pursue social justice for marginalized students, a goal of TDSB, isn't political indoctrination, but keeping these kids in school, learning math and English, and equipping them for success in the working world. Thank you.
I don't see any question. Oh, Trustee Pei.
Marjorie, thank you for your wonderful deputation. I have one simple question to ask you is, as an educator, you've been 35 years. Why you think it's so important the teacher should not try to force their political view to their student? Why so important?
Well, it's first of all, it's contrary to the ethics of the Ontario College of Teachers. But we are, as teachers, we're in a position of trust. The only people who have the right to influence children's politics and direct their politics are their parents. The schools should be ideologically neutral.
I totally agree with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
I see any other questions. Thank you very much, Marjorie, for joining. Next is Melissa Tepper, joining virtual. Melissa, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you have 3 minutes. You can start now.
Thank you so much. I am here to address the critical issue of keeping politics out of our classrooms. Recently, our children were taken on a field trip that was presented as an educational experience about Indigenous issues. However, it turned into a political rally where students were encouraged to participate in chants about international conflicts unrelated to the stated purpose of this trip. We raised concerns about this in advance with the principal, trustee, and superintendent. We were assured that they would be just observers. Clearly, that was not the case. Having children attend a rally to better understand Indigenous issues makes a mockery of the vitality of Indigenous education. This sentiment has been echoed by Indigenous leaders and allies, and I quote, "Children are not colonizers, children are not settlers. Children are treasured treaty partners to the treaties of peace and friendship." This is not an isolated incident. Last year, teachers used unapproved political materials that promoted their personal agenda and detracted from the original educational goal. When asked about presenting a different perspective, one teacher claimed there was, quote, "no information available," unquote. These incidences are emblematic of a larger systematic issue within the TDSB. The reason the Grassy Narrows rally garners significant media attention is not solely due to the incident itself, but because it exemplifies a pattern of behavior. The TDSB has become notorious for consistently pushing a single ideological perspective. This consistent bias has eroded public trust in the board's ability to provide balanced, objective education. The Grassy Narrows rally and many incidents prior to September 18th highlight several concerns: misrepresentation and lack of transparency in communicating with parents, age-inappropriate content presented without proper context, deviation from curriculum and educational objectives, violation of parental trust, and systematic bias in presenting political and social issues. We call on the TDSB to develop clear guidelines prohibiting political activism in schools, implement stricter oversight of field trips and classroom materials, improve communication with parents about controversial topics, and provide training for educators on maintaining political neutrality and presenting multiple viewpoints. Take concrete steps to rebuild public trust by demonstrating a commitment to ideological balance and objectivity in education. Education should empower students to think critically, not indoctrinate them with specific political views. The TDSB must work to regain the trust of the public by ensuring our schools remain places of learning, not political battlegrounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Melissa. I just have one quick question. You mentioned that education should empower students. Can you just give me some examples? What type of education we can really empower students' life? Thank you.
Absolutely. Kids are smart. Kids are really smart. We need to give them tools to debate and understand issues, not be, and as Maya said before, kids are taking information from teachers as truth, right? They need to understand the issues. They need to research. They need to be engaged with topics, not being fed stuff about international politics that they literally know nothing about. Give them a chance. Explain things.
Thank you. Wonderful answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa. We will now move on to the next delegate, Paulina Spector. Paulina is joining in person here.
I was here in this chamber last week and was deeply touched by a delegation of a gentleman who talked about his childhood in Iran. I also came from totalitarian country. I was born and raised in the former Soviet Union in a small republic called Moldova. From the young age, we were subjected to indoctrination in our schools. We were required to participate in demonstrations and assigned other duties by the authority. For example, while still in the middle school, my husband was part of the group sent to visit religious families who, by the way, were not allowed to teach religion to their own kids. This young group, was supposed to check up on them. He remembers a young Baptist family very clearly who was scared of this monthly visit for the fear to be falsely accused of bad parenting and thus risking losing their kids. In my own family, my parents often reminded me to keep quiet about discussions I heard at home. It was such a privilege to finally, to be able to speak freely when we left some years later. Those of us who experience growing up in a totalitarian society can recognize certain patterns. It's sort of gut feeling. A few years ago, my propaganda radar started to pick up things here and there. But you live in Canada. It's a free country. Everybody can say whatever they want, so you kind of put it aside. But something was different about Grassy Narrow River Run incident. It spoke to so many of us because it clearly showed children were being led on a path. They were being coached. They were told what to wear and what to say. Instead of learning about Grassy Narrows First Nation, these young, impressionable kids were instructed how to be activists, even encouraged to wear a mask to hide their identities. Back in the Soviet Union, it was government that instructed educators regarding indoctrination of the students. Not so here in Canada. No one in Ministry of Education or on this board said okay for the students to tell students to wear blue to identify themselves as settlers. So what happened? This is where your board come in. You can tell the teachers to say no. You can make sure that there is no space for divisive geopolitics in our schools, not in our classrooms and not in our libraries. Indoctrination of our kids should not be allowed. We need to teach our kids how to think and not what to think. Future of our society depends on it.
Thank you very much. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Polina. So you said you're originally from a Soviet country, so Union. So you mentioned that in your deputation, like you don't want our kids to be educated to be the activist. So why that? Is there reasoning for that?
They're not old enough. When they in the high school, then there is a special class. Of course, they should be taught. But even when they taught, to be politically active, they have to present multiple options, not just one option. And there it was instructed. Teachers not necessarily agreed with everything they taught us, but they were told to do that. Here, you can tell the teachers, don't do it. Don't present young kids with the things they don't understand. Because, we were, taught about this young Pavlik Morozov who, went to authorities on their parents. His father was killed, and he was killed. The Pavlik was killed afterwards. We all celebrated that guy who went to authorities. You can brainwash kids. Like we were not, everybody's talk about the basics, going back to basics. We were taught basics. We were not. That wasn't the problem. The problem, they taught other things to us together with basics. And it shouldn't. There is a level where the kids can understand. Young kids should not be. Shouldn't put things in their heads.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming today, Paulina. Next is Yaron Bitan.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the TDSB. I'm here today to address a deeply troubling issue, the indoctrination of the TDSB students with anti-Israel and anti-Semitic views. This is not about differing perspectives, it's about ensuring that our schools remain spaces of respect, inclusion, and balance. Systemic anti-Semitism is a present issue in many parts of society and is infiltrated in our education system, particularly within the TDSB. While anti-Semitism is at global peak, the TDSB has chosen to focus largely on anti-Palestinian racism, ignoring the pressing issue of rising anti-Semitism. This imbalance not only neglects the needs of Jewish students, but also fuels hatred and division in our community. A clear example is a book within your library, Baba, What Does My Name Mean? It's present in the TDSB libraries. It encourages kids to draw a map of Palestine from the river to the sea, denying Israel's existence and erasing the Jewish people's historical connection to their homeland. This is not just a book, it represents an international effort to undermine Jewish identity and heritage. As a 9th generation Jew from Israel, myself, with ties to our land going back over 200 years, I speak not only for myself, but for countless others who have even deeper roots in our land, roots that should not be erased or denied. We're talking about Samaritans and many other cultures. This issue extends beyond library shelves. Recently, students were taken to the field trip, as you all know, Grassy Narrows rally, where they were exposed to pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas propaganda. This is unacceptable and a betrayal to parents' trust and in having the board to provide a fair and unbiased education. Schools should be places where children are learning, not spaces for indoctrination. As educators, your responsibility is to approach geopolitical issues with fairness and balance. Unfortunately, the board's current action displays a bias that harms Jewish students and fuels narratives of hate towards Jews and Zionism, a movement that simply represents the Jewish desire to maintain our national homeland. Last night, I watched a documentary, a screening called The Killing Roads by Yigal Hecht, which depicts the suffering of civilians on October 7th. I urge all of you in this room to watch that film. It's available at thekillingroads.com or on YouTube. To understand the human cost of conflicts the TDSB chooses to engage with. By allowing biased and harmful narratives to be normalized in our schools, you are promoting division and denying Israel's right to exist and the Jewish people's connection to their homeland. This should never be the role of the school's board, or our schools must be places of respect and inclusion for all. Today, I ask you one question. What message are you sending to our students, to the parents, and to the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Tay?
Thank you, Aaron. My question is, number one, why you think geopolitics really divide our community at TDSB?
I think it's fairly simple. We need to keep an objective mind in this room specifically. Forget biases. Objectivity should be the number one forefront. Facts at the end of the day, not people's opinions about which nationality is better, which religion is better, which culture is better. We're in Canada. We're not in Afghanistan. We're not in Iran. We're not in Israel. We're in Canada. We're whether you like to call it a capitalist democracy, whatever it may be, we should stand by the fact that we're objective thinkers. We think beyond our biases, beyond our opinions. And I really, truly believe that we're intellectuals here. We need to think in that manner. How do we divide ourselves and separate ourselves from what's back home? We need to think outside of that box and represent our students and teach them factual evidence, not things that have to do with our personal biases and opinions of what's happening overseas.
Okay, so basically I heard that you saying what really happened or transpired in September 18. That future turned demonstration virtually is the board kind of broken the trust with the public. So how we can work and improve in your mind is we can improve and restore that trust.
I think that's a my mic was slowing down. I think there's a lot of things that you guys can do. Number one, I think an audit of events in the future. I think an audit of the books that are in your libraries. That would be a start. It's a tough word for people to handle, especially in committees and boards. I get it, but I think that's the necessary step. You need to start analyzing what's happening in your schools within the board itself, and I'm happy to give more examples of these types of things. But I think you need to start looking at the books that you guys are encouraging that are in your libraries. There's about 200 books that I've personally seen that number within your library, within your TDSB website that's there. I think you can start there. And these are books that teach hate just based on anti-Semitism. I'm sure that exists within the same fight that you're having, which is anti-Asian, which I very much support an anti-Asian and anti any racism within the school system. We need to put an end to it. And the only way is to be objective at the end of the day.
Thank you very much for your powerful message.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that's all the questions for you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Last delegate is Tammy Baruj.
Good evening, trustees and TDSB representatives. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm a social worker with 15 years of experience, having worked at Children's Aid Society and now working in private practice, and I'm here to address concerns pertaining to the mental health of our students. As a parent and a mental health expert, I am deeply concerned that children who are in one of the most impressionable stages of their lives were placed in an environment filled with hostile and divisive messaging during their school field trip on September 18th. This type of exposure can deeply influence their perception of right and wrong, compassion, and respect for others. The stress and anxiety generated from being exposed to violent rhetoric carries profound emotional and psychological repercussions as it affects a student's sense of safety and belonging and can create confusion about complex geopolitical issues which they are not yet equipped to understand. At this rally, several teachers revealed their personal geopolitical views. For students, this leads to confusion and anxiety, fear of being judged or isolated, indoctrination, and creating a polarized classroom environment. Particularly for Jewish, Zionist, and Israeli students who are already feeling vulnerable and unwelcome in the very city they call home, this experience only served as a mechanism to increase fear, discomfort, and a sense of isolation. Young children's brains are highly malleable, and they are particularly vulnerable to the messaging they receive during these formative years. When exposed to violent rhetoric, children can begin to normalize hostility, aggression, and intolerance, which is contrary to the principles of inclusivity, understanding, and mutual respect that Canada strives to instill. Educational environments should aim to build bridges and foster critical thinking, not expose students to one-sided narratives that can fuel hatred and misunderstanding. The TDSB is no longer a safe place for Jewish students. While academic achievement remains a priority, research consistently shows that a safe and inclusive learning environment is equally critical to students' confidence and long-term success. The TDSB inclusion policies are meant to protect all students from discrimination and hate, yet they are failing in this regard when it comes to Jewish students, particularly in the wake of recent events. Without a sense of safety and belonging, these students are being left vulnerable and marginalized, which undermines their ability to thrive academically and emotionally. This failure not only affects their present well-being, but also limits their future success. It is crucial that the board revisits its policies to ensure that Jewish students and all students are adequately protected and supported in achieving their full potential. I urge the board to reconsider the appropriateness of such field trips and prioritize the mental well-being, safety, and educational growth of all students in your care. Our children deserve to be in environments where they are nurtured, where critical thinking is encouraged, and where they are exposed to messages of peace, tolerance, and inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Questions, Trustee Pei?
From you as a social worker, from your professional point of view, how can we repair the damage we have done to the children?
Thank you for the question.
Mentally, psychologically.
To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I think that these students and their families deserve a personal apology from the TDSB, from the teachers involved. I think that it is imperative that teachers remain neutral. Students should never be aware of what their teachers' personal opinions are in regards to geopolitics or any politics for that matter, because as I said, it makes children feel unsafe, it makes them feel marginalized, and it's like many people before me have said, it's our job to teach kids how to think critically and not what to think.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Harry Liu wasn't here before. Did Harry come back at all? No? Okay. So thank you to all the delegates who took the time to either be here in person or virtually. Thank you for your input and suggestions and sharing your stories and experiences. Sorry that we had only 3 minutes to hear from each of you, but we definitely appreciate the time you have taken to come here and speak to all of us. Thank you. We will now move on to our agenda. I think we moved an item to come right after the delegation. That was 8.3. This is Truth and Reconciliation and UNDRIP implementation, Trustee Dawson and Trustee Earhart. Trustee Dawson, do you want to speak on that first?
Thank you, through the chair. Over the past several months, I've been reflecting on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action and my role in advancing them as a mom, community member, and in my capacity as a trustee. I wore an orange shirt yesterday to commemorate Indigenous children and families impacted by the horrible legacy of residential schools. But wearing orange once a year is merely performative in the absence of action toward reconciliation. Trustees, we are in a position of influence to advance the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action as they relate to public education. For too long, we've fallen behind on moving forward with some of the recommendations of the Indigenous consultant that provided the previous board with recommendations in 2022, as well as Indigenous families, students, staff, and elders in our system. That includes the creation of an Indigenous land-based learning site at Boyne Outdoor Education Center and the appointment of an Indigenous trustee. I hope that you'll support this motion as a step toward accountability to reconciliation, and I would invite System Superintendent Tanya Sank to provide comments on the motion. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, through the director that we will have to do that, but one second. Let me make sure. Let me make sure that we have a seconder here officially during the meeting. It's being seconded by Trustee Earhart, but I don't know if Trustee Earhart is here joining us. And for the Trustee Williams will second it for the purpose of this meeting to put it on the floor.
Okay, great.
Just in general, through the director, if it's possible to get some comments from Superintendent Singh.
I don't have to stand this evening. Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair, most certainly. I do believe that Superintendent Senk is on the line, and I know she would be pleased to speak to this motion. Thank you.
Chimigwech, thank you, everyone, through the chair. I am happy to see this coming forward for consideration in keeping with the motion that became a resolution and was voted unanimously by the Board of Trustees at that time in June of 2022. And we look forward to the reports and to the participation of the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Council, the Urban Indigenous Education Center, and of course, the elders who guide us with their wisdom so that we support collaboratively all students and in particular, Indigenous, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students, staff, and parents and families in creating better relations as is outlined in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action. That Action 43 underscores the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as the body for the Tier C. I've heard it explained, and the elders of the Urban Indigenous Education Center had also said that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is like the body of an eagle, and that the wings of that eagle are the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. We cannot have truth and reconciliation without a deep understanding of UNDRIP that has also received royal assent. UNDRIP did receive royal assent in June 21st of 2021. And we look forward to this work ahead in ensuring that we do our best in committing to and implementing truth and reconciliation that underscores the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as that framework for reconciliation and moving together in good relationship and in right relationship. Chimigwech.
Thank you. So we will now move on to speakers. I don't know if Trustee Earhart has joined yet. If not, we'll move on to speakers. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the movers of this motion. Thank you to Superintendent Sank. Before I begin, I simply want to apologize. I read with deep humility the National Post opinion piece that was written by the Honorable Harry S. Laforme, Karen Ristoul from the Anishinaabe Kwe and the proud member of the Todoki First Nations, and Dr. Mark Doc Statler, another proud member of the United Nations, Oneida Nation. And I was very touched by it. And I really feel like, although as a trustee, I had no understanding of what would happen at the Grassy Narrows River Run, I feel, especially since yesterday was the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, that reconciliation is not just, as I'm quoting now, it's not just saying the words in the land acknowledgement that are so proudly displayed by the TDSB. It's about the meaning and spirit of the land acknowledgements. Further in the article, it talks about the children, and it says very clearly that we dishonored the very concepts of reconciliation and the seven sacred teachers by exposing them to the comments at that rally, not the rally itself, they intend. And together we must ensure that such politically, ideologically driven events never happen again. So I want to begin that way, and I urge all my colleagues to read that National Post opinion piece. I am in full support of this motion, and I look forward to doing this work together in a good way. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Trustee DeWittis.
Hey, thank you, Chair. I want to thank the movers for doing this. I feel like as a school board, we got caught by a number of different undercurrents, but it does bring to the fore the fact that we could do more. You know, silver lining, but I do want to thank the movers for bringing this for us. I'll be supporting this. It's come to my understanding that there's more we could have done in the last couple of years, and now that this is before us, it's an opportunity for us to create the space for reconciliation, and that includes governance. So I'm very happy to see some of the elements in this motion. Happy to support. Again, thank you for the movers for the work they've done on this.
Thank you, Trustee DeWittis. Trustee Yachts.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Very grateful to see this, to have this come forward tonight. It's been a lot of background work and long time coming, and I really want to see the options that come forward for number one. And I just want to put a heads up that I think when it comes to putting in place number one, which I fully support and will fight for if it comes to that, I don't know that this will be an easy thing because under the legislation, we have the maximum number of trustees that is allowed by the province. And so to do this right, to do this in a good way, we have to, I believe we're going to need a significant governance structure, and we need to do that work. So we're going to need to change our governance structure. We need to do this, and we need to do that hard work that's going to come, in the months to come. But I wondered, with respect to number 2, I know that in conversation with staff, that a lot of unexpected challenges have arisen with the municipality around reopening the Boyne. And so I wondered if staff could comment briefly now on what some of those are. Are they surmountable challenges? And can we get some idea of whether the Boyne has special significance, or if this is if municipality is going to prevent us from opening, do we have other options that we can that the board can explore?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll just give a little bit of information, and then I think the rest will come in the January report. I indicated in March when the Indigenous Education report came to PSSC that in order to do any kind of renewal work on outdoor education facilities, we require permission from the ministry to use our own renewal dollars. So the money that the province provides us on an annual basis for renewal, when it's not used in a school, so when it's used at an outdoor education facility, we require permission from the ministry to use it. So again, we didn't ask them to give us any additional money. We asked to use our own money for this purpose. We had permission to use $3 million. And at that time, the costs, as I indicated in March, were much more significant than $3 million. And we were having a consultant look at the total cost. So I don't have that with me right now, but I know that it was much, much higher than $3 million. So we do want to ensure, and I want to reiterate, as I did in March, our commitment to an Indigenous land-based learning facility. And so we do need to look at all of our options that we have with our existing outdoor education facilities to determine if there is one that is more appropriate for our Indigenous land-based learning to start, and how can we incorporate Indigenous land-based learning in all of our outdoor education facilities. But with regards to Boyne, I would say that the financial challenges are probably insurmountable.
Is that good? Trustee Arts? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We have Trustee Erhardt, and then myself, Trustee McLean, and Trustee Pei on the list. Trustee Erhardt?
I'll waive. I'm seconding, and just thanks very much to my trustee colleagues for your support of this motion. It's very important and much appreciated.
Thank you, Trustee Erhardt. I'll pass the chair to Vice Chair Williams.
Okay, go ahead.
So I fully support this motion, and I understand from some of my colleagues that this was discussed a couple of years ago and still hasn't moved, and we've heard the same thing from many others who are interested in truth and reconciliation as well. My concern is that not everything that will be done can fit within the Education Act, though we have to follow the Education Act. I think there's still space for us as a board to advocate 2 changes within Education Act to do this work. So while this acknowledges what needs to be done within the framework of the Education Act and the legislation that are already created, we know the Education Act has changed many times through amendments and through various forms of input from community on multiple items. So it does make sense to do this work, but also, in addition to this work, find out areas in which we need to, as the largest school board in Canada, in Ontario, particularly because it's Education Act in Ontario, that we send strong message that if changes are necessary to the act in order for us to further our commitment to truth and reconciliation, further our work through committing to UNDRIP, we need to do that work as well. So I just want to make sure that we are not limiting ourselves within the confines of the Education Act, because in many times that act itself is one of the bigger barriers to this work. Having said that, I've also heard this 22 as the limit, and I've also heard that there are multiple ways to maybe think outside the box for that. So I want to hear clearly if 22 being the limit, and if we do end up having the political will here, what does that mean for us to make this happen? And that's hard work, and that'll probably something we have to commit. But I want to ask from staff, and maybe staff who are well versed in this policy-wise, what does that mean when we say 22 is the max? Is there alternative ways to increase that additional representation from Indigenous trustee? Or alternatively, what options do we have? Does it mean that we reduce our trustee numbers to 21 in a future time in order to make this happen, if we are really committed to make this happen?
Through the chair. Thank you very much for that question. The Education Act currently does have a maximum of 22 trustees. Most, if not all, school boards in Ontario currently have approximately 12 to 13 trustees. So they do have additional room at TDSB with 22 trustees. We are currently under the maximum allowable under the Education Act. We've had some discussions over the last couple of years about what are the potential options. Much further discussion needs to be had in collaboration and to support the work of the UIC and the elders who are involved in this. However, I can provide some examples. So as you have said, if it's a maximum of 22, one of the potential options is to redistribute the wards so that there are fewer existing wards and there is room for one or two, however many number of Indigenous trustees, as long as the total number of all trustees is 22. That's one potential option. And that's within the control of TDSB, by the way. Things that are not within our control is really something I would suggest the board consider engaging in discussions or advocating, writing to the ministry, for example, seeking amendments to the Education Act. That's another potential avenue. A third potential avenue we're exploring in our discussions was perhaps not squeezing it into a trustee model. The consultant had previously talked about a committee model to supplement the governance work of the trustees, albeit I'm not sure what the details are of that and how it would roll out and look like. Another potential model could be an advisor to trustees. So there are many different things that have already been discussed, albeit that have not yet fully been discussed to the point where we can move forward with a common set of recommendations. But I think this work will continue, working to support the UIEC in this work. And hopefully that assists with answering your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I understand the consultant report was done in what year was it done, if I may, through you, Madam Chair?
Through the chair, my understanding, because this was done through the UIC, I believe it was 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Or 2023, sorry, I don't have the dates with me.
21.
It probably was before this term, I would assume. I didn't see it, but 2022 I see from Trustee Williams. What is the main cause for delay on movement on this?
Through the chair, You would probably have to speak with the staff at the UIC. I know, at least from my perspective, from working from legal services, we are trying to provide as much support as we can, especially where there are challenges with the existing legislation, in particular the Education Act, that does provide barriers, frankly. However, this is work that has been done with other staff, and I know with our new executive officer, with my support, and also continuing our work with the executive superintendent and Superintendent Senk and the UIC, that work can continue. However, I think this might be a good question for the UIC or Superintendent Senk. Thank you.
And thank you. If I may support the response through you, Chair. I have asked, under the supervision of Associate Director Leola Pond, to have the legal department coordinate all of the departments so that we are providing the information in a comprehensive way for January 2025. So Leola will certainly partner alongside Executive Superintendent Sparopoulos, Superintendent Senk, and the staff at the UIEC and all of the other departments, including reaching out to the ministry and then analyzing the Education Act so that we provide the information and the options as requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to wrap up, I do think that these are steps, important steps, but there's a lot more work to be done beyond these steps, and we need to move forward on these steps that have been identified early on within our system to be acting on. I do think that if it means the recommendations for us to ask for changes to Education Act, we should write, and we should not only write, but actively participate in requesting that. I do think personally, I know it is a hard thing to do, but personally, if it also means that we reduce one trustee position, there are a couple of trustees who have 2 wards that they're already representing as well, to find a way to do this. There's no alternative to having a trustee. Committees might work, but we also know the limitations of that. If the request is specifically to have an Indigenous trustee, and that's a model that's being used in other boards, we should try to make that work. In the meantime, there should be multiple ways to do this work to fill that gap, but shouldn't have further delay. So I would fully support this. I also want to hear during January, if it's possible, I know it's hard for staff to bring forward advocacy items, but if it means talking to trustees before January, when that comes, instead of us moving motions now, that there are also pieces of advocacy that gets advanced at the same time rather than further delay. I also want to finish off by saying I was very uncomfortable with some of the ways in which we discussed Grassy Narrows, River Run, and being identified as a settler by somebody who's a settler is an important way to connect to truth and reconciliation. I think there shouldn't be alternatives to myself or my kids knowing who they are and whose land they are on. And there were lots of things that went wrong, but there were a lot of things that were not wrong, but categorized to be wrong in how we do truth and reconciliation, and how we identify ourselves, and how we show our solidarity in our allyship. So hope that education continues to be strong in our system. Thank you.
And I'll pass the chair back to Trustee Shen.
Thank you. Trustee Macklin.
Through the chair, I thank the movers for this. I think this is incredibly important work. I've been in favor of these things for years, and it's always been my impression that it's all been about who's holding the ball and who's in charge of the next step. And this kind of changes that being an external thing to, the next steps, it's going to come right here in this horseshoe, and we're going to determine what the next steps are. So I think the sooner we do that, the better. So I'm thrilled that we're going to get this report and get clarity from the ministry about how they interpret the Education Act and what's possible and what is not. And if that requires advocacy on our behalf to make changes, as was shared by Chair Shen, that changes have happened in the Act, and this, we are interested in more effective ways of reconciliation, as is, I'm sure, the government of Ontario. So we shouldn't have to theoretically bring them drag them to this, if we can show an opportunity where good work can be done, I think that we would hope that they would meet us halfway and try to find that. I was encouraged by Associate Director's comments regarding the Boyne National Science Center School. If it is if the bar is unsurmountable, then I'm hoping the report will be able to clarify what we're doing and what options we have to accomplish the goals of what Boyne was supposed to represent at either a new site or what is more, my impression, more likely to be one of our existing sites. So the sooner we declare an intention, move in that direction, I think allows theory to become reality and to actually start to accomplish some of these things. As was shared at the beginning of, trying to find, where's the clock? At the beginning of the school year, we went to a staff orientation, and it was shared with us that there were, I think, 84, if memory serves, recommendations, and only 7 had been acted upon. And, you know, we need to be doing better, and this is a body that has the ability to do that. But more importantly, we also have the megaphone to show 239,000 students in our care what we stand at, what we believe in, and what it means about truth and reconciliation, and what yesterday means. And it's not enough to see that, I don't believe it's enough to talk about doing good things. I think it's our responsibility to set a good example and actually do these good things. So I think this report, this work, this motion, this will bring us closer. And I agree that there are lots of hurdles ahead. There will be challenges, but the sooner we face them and we have those difficult discussions, the closer we become to the changes that I think we collectively seek. So I will be 2 thumbs up, 2 thumbs way up, enthusiastically supportive.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Just in case trustees in the boardroom are wondering, the time is on top of the screen as opposed to the bottom. Sometimes we're used to the bottom. We have Trustee Pate, Trustee Rajakulasingam, Trustee Laskin, and Trustee Arts on the second time. So I'll go to Trustee Pate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no comments. You asked a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Rajakulasingam.
Thank you, for the chair. I want to thank the movers, but I also wanted to apologize and thank System Superintendent Sink, the Urban Indigenous Education Center, the Elders Council, for being open and continuing to work with trustees, especially when this work has been long overdue. As I've mentioned last week, in 2022, the Bylaws Review Committee, we hired an Indigenous consultant at the time to look at our bylaws from an Indigenous perspective and share with us what changes needed to happen with our bylaws. And we also hired an equity consultant as well. And so after months of work, the Indigenous consultant concluded that as a board, we needed to have more systemic changes that go beyond updating the bylaws. And they also went to propose what the bylaw changes needed to be to support this governance change. So they really laid out the work at the time that the board would have needed to do to really improve and support Indigenous self-determination. And I know alongside the Indigenous trustee, another recommendation that came at that time was an Indigenous Standing Committee. And that year, the Bylaws Committee did not endorse or support those recommendations, but instead voted to defer those recommendations. And one comparison that was made was that when we hired the equity consultant, and they mentioned having an equity standing committee, we said, well, equity shouldn't be a standalone. It should be embedded in everything. And shouldn't the same apply to Indigenous work? It should be embedded within everything, not have its own standing committee. And I think at the time, System Superintendent Sank beautifully shared that equity and Indigenous sovereignty are not the same. They are separate. And clearly around this room, we see that none of us are Indigenous or Indigenous identifying. And it's not for us to make those decisions or speak on their behalf. And it's important that, we do the work we need to do so that our governance reflect those voices. Oftentimes in this boardroom, we say a lot, but our actions don't match the work. And I think it's critical that we continue to remind ourselves that systemic changes, what they can look like and how we need to go beyond just using these buzzwords. Whether we're in healthcare or education, we need to continue to remember that how much anti-Indigenous racism and anti-Black racism is perpetuated in these institutions, and what real changes, for real changes to happen, we need to look at the structural barriers that exist. So I hope that as this work continues, that we continue to look at what structural barriers exist and how we need to make system changes and how it needs to go beyond just words. So again, I want to thank the Elders Council and System Superintendent Sank for their patience, because this work could have been done many years ago. But I'm grateful that it's happening now with this Board of Trustees. And I'm here to, as always, show my commitment to this work and center Indigenous voice in this process and ensure that we take the direction from Indigenous voice and we continue to center them in this work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rajakulasingam. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Back in the fall of 2021, when this was first asked, I sought information from the Ontario Public School Boards Association. And I actually think we can do this. I don't think there's a barrier, because there's Regulation 462/97, which is called First Nations Representation on Boards. And there's a clause that says, the appointment under subsection 2 may be made at the discretion of a board if the number of pupils referred to in clauses 1A and B who are enrolled in schools operated by the board, blah, 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 blah. And I think we fulfill that. So I'll be interested when the report comes back, if in fact under that regulation we would be allowed to appoint. That being said, we could not charge the province for a 23rd. When in the cases of York Region and Simcoe County, they did decide to pay for an extra Indigenous trustee themselves instead of reorganizing. We could reorganize. 3 of us right now cover 2 city wards. A 4th trustee could cover 2 city wards. And that would make space for a 22nd trustee who would be appointed through the Elders Council, through the UIEC. Let's not forget, let me say it again, 3 of us already represent 2 city wards, because there's 25 city wards and there's only 22 trustees. Again, a 4th one of us could represent 2 city wards to make this happen within our ability to make this happen. Obviously, we would still need permission. So I ask through when that report comes back to please pay attention to, again, the regulation 462/97, which is First Nations representation on boards, to see if we do qualify to make an appointment. And second, make a suggestion on which other one of us could actually cover off 2 wards. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think with Trustee Laskin, we had started the second round of speakers. I do want to make sure that there is a time for break for the ones who are in person here as well. So Trustee Arts and Trustee Dawson are on the list. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, we'll finish with those 2 speakers. Go ahead, Trustee Arts.
Thank you. I just want to make sure before we vote that under I, we're all under the understanding that that the chair and the director we'll go address the ministry in terms of anything that needs to be addressed with them for requests, and that we don't have to have a separate motion for you to write a letter or for people to write a letter. Like, I'm fine, just go do it. But I just want to make sure that's the understanding, that's what we're voting for. All the different aspects of the work will be considered and done without us having to revisit.
Did you want to just say something?
Through the chair, it's my understanding upon first reading of the draft that we would present a variety of options, including one option could be approaching the ministry on board's direction to seek more information or options. If that is the request of the board to actually try to do this before January 2025, we can attempt to do so. I don't know whether we'll get something in time to be able to prepare the report.
With the full understanding that the ministry likes to take its sweet time sometimes in providing responses, my understanding by voting for this is that those conversations will happen now, or the letters will go out, or the requests will go out now, so that by the time we don't have to then do more work in January, or that you don't have to do more work in January, that whatever can be done now is done now, and we get as much information as possible.
Through the chair, if I may, what I'm hearing is trustees for the January report would like a fulsomely researched set of options where we have had previous conversations with the ministry to present actionable next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ox. Trustee Dawson?
Through the chair, actually, that was my question. But I did have a comment. I just wanted to let everybody know that I did have an extensive conversation with Elder Dr. Duke Redbird about this motion, where he expressed his full support. And I also, in speaking with Assistant Superintendent Sank, just want to reiterate that she does represent the Elders Council on their discretion and permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's the end of the speakers list. Okay, so thank you. So we'll go on to e-scribe to vote. Shan in favor.
Earhart in favor.
Okay, just wait 1 second. It's not open yet. Okay, go ahead. Shan in favor.
Patel in favor.
Nunziata in favor.
Triskandaraj in favor.
Pei in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor. Logical Sikkim in favor.
Trustee Williams in favor.
Wong in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Trustee Goss. Trustee Nunziata, you said you're in favor, right? Just wanted to confirm.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Thank you. You waiting for anybody? Okay. Thank you. Okay, that passes unanimously. Yeah, passes unanimously. We are going to take a break now for 15 minutes, and we'll be back. Thank you all. We'll recess for 15 minutes. 5 trustees appointed to Ontario Public School Board Association, OPSPA Director's Report. I think it's in the blue folder for folks. You wanted to speak briefly on it?
Briefly on the the 6-page report. Thank you, and through the chair. So you'll see the PPC OPSPA's director's report. It just starts off giving everyone, like the overview about OPSPA. The Ontario School Boards Association advocates for public education in Ontario, and it goes on with the vision and the values. I've just listed so everyone gets an idea of the scope of the work and the incredible engagement and participation and contributions that TDSB trustees make to OPSPA. We have members of our board serving on the OPSPA Executive Council, on the OPSPA Board of Directors, on OPSPA's Education Program Work Group, on the Policy Development Work Group, Executive Council Liaison, to the Education Program Work Group, and the TDSB trustees on the OPSPA Black Trustees Caucus. It gives you an overview in the report of the strategic priorities of OPSPA. And you'll see the 4 pillars there: student success, equity, and well-being, also local school board governance, in addition, truth and reconciliation, and finally, effective relationships and sustainable resourcing. And the details expanding on that are right there in the report. There's a graphic of the governance structure, so you can get an idea of the governance and how that structure works. The number of school boards at OPSPA who are member boards. There's the board of directors, the regional councils, which gives opportunity for all trustees to participate. The executive council, as listed prior in the report, and the OPSPA committees, the Indigenous Trustees Council, the Black Trustee Caucus, the Program Development Work Group, and the Education Program Work Group. The second item is meetings, education program, and policy development. And you'll see details about what's happened in the last couple of months in July, August, and September. As we all know, the OPSPA annual meeting took place in July in conjunction with the Canadian School Boards Association Congress and the National Trustees Gathering on Indigenous Education. And at that annual meeting, we had Trustee Arts was actually the voting delegate, and Trustee King was the alternate voting delegate for the annual meeting. And it was decided that Trustee King would cast the votes on behalf of TDSB. And there's just a note there that Kathleen Woodcock was elected president of OPSPA. In August, there was a executive council planning session, which I attended. There was and also Trustee Arts was there, being the second vice president on OPSPA. The executive council planning session was a rich discussion that included group norms, OPSPA's governance model, and strategic priorities, including an annual operation plan for this year, OPSPA meetings and professional learning plan, and the multi-year strategic priorities monitoring framework. In September, on September 13th, as you'll see in the report, there was actually a large joint working group meeting, a joint meeting between the Education Program Work Group and the Policy Development Work Group. There were a lot of rich discussions and ministry staff that attended and participated and provided information and updates. There were curriculum updates, speaking about graduation requirements, and what it means to be an Ontario graduate as requirements. It was noted that it hadn't been updated since 1999. The government now has about 5,000 submissions on the life skills curriculum consultation. And there was also reference to the new financial literacy requirement, which is now part of grade 1 to 8 and de-streaming grade 9 math course. There was also an update from the Assistant Deputy Minister, Education, Equity, and Governance Secretariat, and Chief Equity Officer that spoke about the right to read, for example, the human rights definitions and accessibility in the Education Act, and how to ensure that the new regulation will not be used as a tool to bully or intimidate trustees. You need to read the full report to get the context of some of this summarization that I'm making right now. I'm just browsing through the 6 pages very quickly. There was discussion of the Code of Conduct, Integrity Commissioner, and electronic meetings and meeting attendance, a discussion with legal counsel of Shibley Reichton on the regulatory changes to school board's Code of Conduct, Integrity Commissioners, and electronic meetings and meeting attendance, to include the new regulation requirements. There was discussion about that most boards do have a process or protocol in place for parental concerns. The Integrity Commissioner-led investigation process comes into effect on January 1st, 2025. There was a new report from the Ontario Coalition for Children and Youth Mental Health, and you'll read more context there. It was noted that School Mental Health Ontario frequently shares excellent resources with school boards and the K-12 sector. There was a finance update on education finance, the new core education grants model, replacing the grants for student needs, as we know began in 2024, 2025. There's a new board transparency tool. We'll offer a financial dashboard for each board. Let's see, the main touch points in the education finance cycle include estimates in June and revised estimates in December. There was discussion about capital priorities submissions that are due shortly. And OPSA has advocated for school boards to be exempt from site plan processes, just like colleges and university. Transportation does remain a key issue. Funding for special purpose vehicles for the 2024-2025 school year was discussed, and there was a breakdown of school boards' surplus deficit were shared. At OPSPA, there were 3 boards who submitted a surplus budget, 11 that were deficit compliant, 2 that were deficit non-compliant, and 15 with a balanced budget. Province-wide, there are 26 that submitted a surplus budget, 31 with a deficit budget, and 15 with a balanced budget. There's information about the life skills survey. At that joint work group session, trustees brainstormed in breakout groups to inform OPSPA's formal response. The online survey is open until October 1st. There's a consultation paper, experienced apprenticeship pathways, OPSPA draft to be shared, and trustees providing feedback and comments. On September 27th, September 28th, there was the OPSPA Executive Council meetings were held. and the OPSPA Board of Director meetings were held. A highlight there was that on September 27th, the Advisor of Municipal Engagement with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, provided a presentation on the Healthy Democracy Project to promote the value and importance of municipal government in Ontario's political system while focusing on the importance of diversity of leadership and perspectives. I encourage everyone to click on that link, all the trustees, and have a look at the information and the presentation. It was very informative. The OPSPA Annual Operating Plan and Monitoring Framework for 2024-25 was shared with the Board of Directors, and the document identifies specific goals, indicators, and target dates to support the achievement of OPSPA's 4 strategic priorities. There was Education Program, Ministry of Education, Ontario College of Teachers feedback was provided to the ministry about the experienced pathway programs that allow 21-year-olds to enter an apprenticeship program without the necessary academic requirements. The submission will provide the Ministry of Education with respect to new life skills curriculum. Okay. The Ministry Initiatives Committee was reestablished with after some time and will continue to meet to discuss issues throughout the year, and the meeting dates are yet to be established. PPM 128, Implementation Task Force. This group has had 4 meetings to date, the latest being on September 26th, and the goal is to bring experts and stakeholders together to focus on education and learning around this recently revised program policy memorandum and its implications during the next school year. There's an online working group that was established. French as a second language. OPSPA has led provincial and national efforts in the areas of French as a second language, teacher recruitment, hiring, professional support, and retention since 2014. OPSPA continues to facilitate activities of collaboration, collaborative French as a second language partnership committee composed of key education stakeholders, including research, field testing, and producing resources. There's an update there on government and public affairs, and I draw your attention in particular to the Local Government Week. As part of its ongoing advocacy, OPSPA is again participating in Local Government Week. The aim continues to be to increase youth and public awareness about the important role local government plays in our communities. So watch out for more information. Please join OPSPA, our member trustees, and our education partners in raising civic awareness and promoting the role of trustees among Ontario students. Similar to the past non-election year events, OPSPA is asking trustees to set up visits, either in person or virtually, with grade 5 and 10 classrooms during the week of October 21st to 25th. So please look at that information, and the hashtag for the week will be #LocalGovWeek. There's some legislative updates here. The Better Schools and Student Outcomes Act. On July 31st, the Ministry of Education filed regulations of the Better Schools and Student Outcomes Act regarding electronic meetings and meeting attendance. And the 4 regulations cited were Trustee Code of Conduct, Integrity Commissioner-led investigations, Trustee Honoraria, electronic meetings, and meeting attendance requirements. OPSPA has expressed its concerns to the Ministry of Education and to the Minister in letters. It's available on the OPSPA website. You'll see those letters. And in multiple meetings, OPSPA has been working with legal counsel on materials to support boards and the implementation of these regulatory requirements. OPSPA is also working with the other 3 school board and trustee associations on common messaging. The next update is the National School Food Policy Update. In September, the Government of Canada announced the first National School Food Program, Provincial Territory Agreement with Newfoundland and Labrador. The Ontario Charter of the Coalition for Healthy Food is establishing meetings with key stakeholders and MPPs to discuss their Ontario proposal to accept federal funding and increase the provincial investment. OPSA will also be working with the coalition to support its advocacy efforts. On September 23rd, OPSPA sent a letter to Minister Parza encouraging the acceptance of federal funding and support to increase student nutrition programs in Canada. There's a list here of the 2024 OPSPA submissions and letters. The links are there, so I encourage you to have a look at those letters. There's an update here from the Indigenous Trustees Council, ITC. The ITC had their annual planning session on August 22nd to 23rd. Minister Jill Dunlop joined the meeting on August 22nd, and the ITC highlighted the following priorities: reestablishment of an advisory ministers table for Indigenous education or some form of it. Second, future revisions to the native language curriculum, as the curriculum has not been revised since 1999 for grade 9 and 10, and 2001 grades 1 to 8. And the current documents do not meet the needs of today's students, nor does it appropriately respond to the critical urgency that is needed to preserve and protect Indigenous languages. The third point, advancement of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. And the fourth point, funding for Indigenous education, especially core funding. There's more information there about the August meeting, which included a presentation from the Chiefs of Ontario regarding other agenda items. And one of them included review of the implementation of Jordan's principle in Ontario School Board's report. And there's more you can check. OPSPA observed the 4th Truth and Reconciliation Week, the week of September 23rd to 30th, and National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and Orange Shirt Day on September 30th. And there are some links there to further information. The Black Trustees Caucus. The BTC meeting was held on September 26th and included an overview from the Executive Director of OPSPA regarding the role of BTC and participation on BTC's work groups, discussion on advocacy regarding changes to the history curriculum, which will include Black history and contributions to Canada. The BTC met with the Minister of Education representatives on this matter, and you can see a link there to OPSPA's February 2024 statement. The Black Trustees Caucus 2 top priorities for 2024-2025 are expansion of graduation, the Graduation Coach Program, and continuing work on data collection. There was also a discussion about holding a joint Black Trustees Caucus and Indigenous Trustee Council meeting. So we look forward to seeing that. OPSPA's professional development for trustees. One of OPSPA's strategic priorities is professional development to support the role and leadership of local democratically elected school boards in Ontario's English public schools. And this is accomplished through symposia and conferences, single-day events, regional meetings, and other learning opportunities, such as the comprehensive suite of online trustee professional development modules provided by the Ontario Education Services Corporation. There's also another additional professional development that's being looked at, a lunch and learn, to ensure members understand the magnitude and scope of AI in public education. Further consultation will occur with the work groups and through the OPSPA's regional meetings. There's a list of dates for upcoming OPSPA meetings and events. And again, just drawing your attention to the Local Government Week happening on October 21st to 25th. So look at the details in this report to get more information, or you can reach out to myself or one of the OPSPA representatives that we have on our board from TDSB at OPSPA. And finally, there are some very useful links to the OPSPA website, OPSPA in the media and resources. And that is our OPSPA Director's report for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Laskin.
I just wanted to thank Trustee Williams very much for this really comprehensive report, and I really urge all trustees to read it. Thank you.
Trustee King.
I want to thank my colleague for the very comprehensive report. You do so much work to keep us updated and to convey that information, and it really, really is appreciated. I know it's not always the sexiest of the items on our agenda, but there really is valuable information, so thank you. I just wanted to highlight as well, student trustee Bell is not with us tonight, but she was able to participate in one of our Black Trustee Caucus meetings and added some really great contributions to that conversation as well. So I just want to acknowledge her participation as a student trustee there. And I am just going to emphasize and put in another plug for Local Government Week for my colleagues. I think it's always important that we're highlighting the work that we do as elected officials, but I think that it's especially important right now. I think a lot of us are feeling and seeing some of the integrity feeling like it's eroding from democratic institutions and processes, and this is really a great opportunity for us to talk about our role, not only in relationship to the province and not only in the eyes of the media, but it gives us an opportunity to really focus on the connection to local issues. And I constantly hear about the great work that my colleagues around the room are doing. I look at Trustee Hassan, who was at the March to End Gun Violence over the weekend. He was there connecting with SafeTO and different community members. I look at Trustee Earhart. I know that she's done a tremendous amount of work facilitating feedback and communications around the construction in her area, around the impacts of closures of safe consumption sites. So there's a lot of topics that aren't necessarily provincial that we have a lot of voice in, and that our public has a lot of voice in, that we facilitate. And I just think it's important that we continue to highlight that, especially with such a representative board that has so much background in different professions, in different educational experiences, and in different cultures and lived experiences. Our kids really do get to learn and see the possibilities for leadership and the possibilities for themselves through us. So thank you again for considering participating.
Thank you, Trustee King. Any other speakers? Seeing none, do we need a motion to receive this? No, right? Okay. We'll move on to the next item, number 6. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the CEO of Toronto Lands Corporation is here in the room to answer questions, but I think it might be helpful. There are 4 of these reports are really stale dated. They're about 7 months old because they didn't make it to this agenda in time. I think it might be helpful. I'd like to move actually items 6.1 through 6.6 at once, and then CEO Glenn can answer any questions we may have.
Thank you. Trustee McLean, you're seconding it? Okay. All right, that's seconded. I think, do we need to vote on to putting them together? No, right? No, that's fine. Okay, through the director, do you want to introduce the staff who will be taking us through the report?
Thank you very much, and we warmly welcome Mr. Ryan Glenn, CEO of the TLC, to our boardroom once again. It's wonderful to have you, and over to you, Mr. Glenn.
Thank you very much, everybody, and it's nice to see all of you. And just for a point of clarity, Trustee Laskin, am I to go through each one of these items, or are we moving them all together?
We've moved them all together, Mr. Glenn, but you may speak to whatever you wish to speak to introduce the items to us.
I appreciate that. So as Trustee Laskin mentioned through the chair, the first 4 items were, they're aged now. They were to go to previous PMPs, but to the volume of the reports that were on the previous agendas, they were pushed to this one. So the first report is the 2023-2024 second quarter business operations report, followed by the next item, which is our 2023-2024 Q2 operating report. And then we have the 2024-2025 annual capital budget, and then the 2024-2025 annual plan. So these were all completed in the latter half of the previous year. I'm happy to answer any questions on any of those. I think one of the things I'd like to point out for item 6.4, if you're interested, there are a number of projects as well as some guiding principles that we have in that report that I think many of you may find interesting. A lot of you have had input into those, whether or not they're individual projects or just the general direction of the TLC. We were very excited about that document, so I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have about that. And then the newer items, 6.5 and 6.6, that's the adjusting the citizen member compensation piece. That item is to bring in line the compensation for our citizen members specifically, acknowledging that the number of meetings that they've had to attend as a result of a number of items, primarily to do with the amount of work that the TLC is doing, that they would have been effectively attending meetings and not being compensated for them. So we're just adjusting it to bring that in line with the current policy. And 6.6 is 2 leases that we have for approval. One is for use of 200 Poplar Road, which is the former Sir Robert Borden High School in Scarborough. We've entered into a lease agreement with Netflix to produce a television show there. So we're very excited about that. And part of that agreement that we have with Netflix allows for students to come and observe. So we've been working with schools like Wexford Collegiate to bring students by so they can see the production as it's going on, as well as we're generating a significant amount of revenue for that. So I'm happy to answer any questions on any one of those items, but I really appreciate everyone's time, and it's good to see you all.
Okay, thank you. Trustees with questions? Don't see any trustees online. Okay, so we'll move to a vote.
Sorry, I have a question.
Sorry, go ahead, Trustee Sri Raja.
Hi, thank you, TLC, for these reports. I just have a couple of questions. So I saw that in your one of the reports, the first one, that one of the things you've covered this quarter was looking into a plan to seek out additional community or nonprofit partners to improve the sports fields at Pearson and Emory. I just wanted to know if there's an update we could have, or what kind of conversations went into that plan. Where are we in the planning stage? Through you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you for the question, Trustee. Happy to report that both of those, both Emory and Pearson, came out of a previous report that saw us enter into an RFP to look for a partner at Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute to improve that field. And as part of that report, we included those 2 other properties. We went out with an RFP for Emory, and we have 1 proponent, and so we're working with them. We anticipate in Q1 of 2025, we'll come back with a report on the outcome of those conversations and negotiations with that proponent. For Pearson, we have not moved forward with an RFP on that site yet. That will follow the Emory work that we're doing. And as part of that as well, that we know we've had conversations with the City of Toronto as well, who have an interest as part of their cricket strategy to have a conversation with that site. So we're currently chatting with them about that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Through you, Mr. Chair, just to follow up, you know, last time when this came to us initially, we had conversations about what this meant, you know, sort of this semi-privatizing of public lands. But just to kind of extend it, we're only looking at community or nonprofit partners. Is there any, you know, if we, you know, put it out there and we can't find somebody for Pearson or we can't find it for future schools, is there a possibility, through you, Mr. Chair, that we venture into private partnerships that would, you know, and come up with creative revenue generating models, right? That yes, it's for private, but we get, you know, X amount of the profits, which could generate revenue. Is that something that's being considered or even just loosely being considered? And if not, why not?
Through the chair, so the RFP proposal that we put out for Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute as well as Emory, they were consistent insofar that we were looking for a not-for-profit community partner. We've been, I think, fortuitous for both of those that we have two fairly good proposals, one for Lawrence Park and one for Emory. If we go out for an RFP, for instance, at Pearson, and there isn't any community partners that come forward who either we don't get any interest or they don't have the capacity to undertake the work that we've put through as part of the scope of the RFP, I believe the Toronto Lands Corporation on behalf of the TDSB would come back and have a conversation with our stakeholder to see if they have any interest in exploring other opportunities, which could include partnerships with for-profit groups. And yes, likely in any of those, as we do with, and I mentioned the Netflix agreement earlier, we try to incorporate opportunities for the community as well as the school to utilize those spaces outside of the commercial hours that could be considered. But yeah, that would be a further conversation with our client.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And through you, Mr. Chair, on the last page of the report, it said that one of the things you all looked at was you were reviewing options for established workforce housing. I'm not familiar with what that means, so I would really appreciate it if you could just explain to those of us who might not know what workforce housing
Sure.
is and what our role is in it.
Sure. Through the chair, happy to explain it at a high level. So if you're familiar with the concept of affordable housing or supportive housing, things like that, what we're exploring, and it's very, very high level, is the opportunity to utilize TDSB lands for the benefit of TDSB faculty, staff as well. So really it's very high level and conceptual at this point, but it's something that as part of our due diligence with respect to potential uses along with new and modern schools, we're looking at that as well. So that's what the reference to workforce housing pertains to.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, through you, Mr. Chair, that sounds really interesting to me. Is this propelled by a demand that you're hearing? Is this being explored because you see this being done in other parts of the world? I'm just trying to figure out what the impetus for this was. It sounds very interesting.
Yeah, and through the chair, it's a combination. So I think one of the things that TLC acknowledges, and this is in conversations not only with community members, but as well as with our client, the TDSB, is that, you know, the idea of utilizing TDSB property at the highest and best use. And that sometimes goes beyond looking at it from a financial perspective, but also what kind of other benefits can we utilize TDSB property for with respect to, I think, creating complete communities and acknowledging the value that these lands have to enhance learning environments as well. And I think, you know, looking at it from a workforce housing perspective or from, you know, other housing options is something that is, I think, incumbent upon TLC to do. And so we're doing that. And yes, we have looked at other jurisdictions that have done this. Specifically, there are a number of jurisdictions within California. There's been some in Vancouver that have done it. And so we're exploring and looking at those options and speaking to the people there who've done it and to understand their experience with that as well.
I appreciate that. I think through you, Mr. Chair, I look forward to updates on this. We have this conversation at our board often, especially when it comes to addressing things like teacher shortages, especially French immersion teachers. One of the barriers we face in recruitment is the high cost of living in Toronto. And so I think this is welcomed if we're going to, become more competitive in our current real estate realities. So I thought that was really interesting. Thank you for that. And I just have a comment in the future for the reports, just, for people like me. I know we sort of put in regulation numbers, but if you could also put the title of what those regulations are. Because some of us, like me, when I see regulation 3 something something, it doesn't just come to me. I have to go Google it. And then when I see the title, I realize what it is. My last and final question on this is I know that TLC, and thank you for this through you, Mr. Chair, has done a lot of work that I really appreciate around changing their sort of governance model. And I know this has included opening it up more, allowing, opportunities for the public to be there, and allowing, public delegations and things like that. So I just wanted to get some feedback from you on how that's going for TLC, and how do you think that's impacted the work you've been doing, and is this a welcome change? And if there's any challenges you're facing.
Through the chair, firstly, thank you for the sentiment. We really appreciate it on behalf of the TLC. I think, and thank you for acknowledging the work that we've done to, I think, make the work that the TLC does on behalf of the TDSB much more public, and we're trying to highlight it, especially for community stakeholders and other community partners. The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. I think from other levels of government, whether it's the Ministry of Education, the City of Toronto, or the communities in which we're working, I think that it's been universally positively received. And I think that there seems to be an appetite for this type of work that we're doing on behalf of TDSB. So it's been quite heartening, all the interactions we've had with all of the different stakeholders. And it just seems to be growing and growing. So yeah, it's very exciting. And I think I speak on behalf of all the members of the TLC, as well as our board, that we're very, very excited in the work that we're doing and look forward to bringing you more this year.
Thank you. Thank you for those fulsome answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Trustee King.
There we go. Thank you. I'm looking at the lease and license approvals and the Netflix series production. I think having the students be able to visit the set is such a great value add. And I was just curious to hear a little bit just about how that gets rolled out. I'm looking at what looks like a full year of opportunity, and I would think then that there's more than just one opportunity for a handful of kids. So I'm just wondering what that looks like in terms of working with staff and how much value they might get out of that as well.
Through the chair, appreciate the question. So I should add to my previous answer that along with opening it up to students within the TSB, there's the East Scarborough Boys and Girls Club and Tides. So we're working closely with community members as well who might have an interest in coming in. So I just wanted to add that for context to my previous answer on that. So I think what we're going to do subsequent to this lease being approved is that we'll be likely, we'll send out some information, and we can do that maybe through Trustees Weekly. I can speak to the TDSB about that, to give them information about how, if individual schools or classes, specific classes are interested in going and visiting, how we can arrange that. There are times when the production is in play, so when they're actually filming there. There's times when they're doing set work. I'm learning all these things. I'm not obviously in television, so I'm learning it through the conversations that I'm having with them. But there are different aspects of the production where different, I think, interests can be accommodated. So depending on what the program is, so we can give some background information to all the trustees, and actually probably work with staff, superintendent staff as well, so they can be aware of this too. And it's an opportunity for the entire system if they have an interest in going to see it.
Thank you. Don't see any other trustees on the list, so maybe we'll go to vote on this. East Craig, show of hands. All those in favor? Those online, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Me in favor.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. All right. right, we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 7.1, staff, part of staff reports. ADL never is now. Trustee Laskin, do you wish to speak on this? Do you want to speak on this? Or trust the director would like to introduce this item?
The annual operating plan for the multi-year strategic plan. Oh, I'm sorry, I had ahead of myself, 7.1. This is actually, through you, Chair, a request from Trustee Laskin to be attending a conference, and the report is before you.
Thank you. Any questions from trustees? If there's no one else, I'll pass the chair to Trustee Williams. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff, just for me to clarify processes, not just specific to this, I think some trustees and public may appreciate. This particular conference is being expensed through trustees' expenses that is given to each trustees, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last sentence.
The expenses that are being allocated to this is being covered by individual trustees' discretionary budget?
That is correct.
And individual trustees can choose to go to any learning opportunities that they see fit according to their learning needs or their interests, as long as it is somehow connected to the role of a trustee, student well-being, student interest, community relations, whatever may be the case. But as long as it's in their, as long as it's connected to their role, they would be able to go to, and these trustees here individually can make that decision, right?
Thank you, and through the chair, that is correct. Chair Shan, the process is to come before the board for discussion and verification of the points you've just verified, and to be assuring that the process has been met.
Okay, and there is no limit, upper limit within the discretionary budget around travel to conferences.
Thank you, Trustee Shan. We're just going to confirm that last question. If you could just give us one moment. Are there other questions that we can pivot to while we're researching that?
I can go to another question. Trustees moving this motion or accepting this request basically are supporting an individual trustee's interest in attending a professional development or learning engagement that they see appropriate, not necessarily a group endorsement of that particular event.
That is correct.
Okay, right, and I think that's all my questions. I think it's important to give trustees their right to self-determination, if it makes sense, around their discretionary budget to be able to find learning opportunities that they see fit. Not all of us may be able to agree to what is being discussed and what is being said in some of these spaces, and that's part of the learning as well. And I hope we can learn from each other when we go to these events and come back and say what they learned and what they did not learn, and be candid about those conversations. We learn from each other, but I do think that this is a decision that we make on behalf of the board, not necessarily as a collective around a particular event, but as a collective to support a particular trustee's interest in learning about something that they see as relevant to their learning needs. And as long as it fits any kind of learning that is associated with the role of a trustee, that should be something that we should all be able to support.
Thank you, and through the chair, we have pulled up the trustee expense procedure, which is PR 582B, and 6.1.13 states that trustees may not use funds from their shared services expenses allocation to pay for expenses related to the trustee discretionary budget. trustees may not exceed the trustee discretionary budget cap of $11,780 per annum.
And thank you. And I think just to confirm, this title says expense and presentation approval. My sense is that there's no presentation, or is it how it's worded? We'll fix that. Okay. So it's expense approval, so that will be fixed. Thank you. Take the chair back. Anyone else wishes to speak on this? Okay, we'll go to vote on this. Mover. Someone to move? Trustee King? Trustee Arts seconding it? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to 7.2. Correct.
I was so excited about this report, Trustee Shan, not to be diminishing in any way. Trustee Laskin's requested approval for her conference. Thank you very much, through you, Trustee Shan, to the PPC committee. Before you is the annual operating plan for the multi-year strategic plan. And trustees, as you know, you consulted so deeply, so broadly in the creation of the multi-year strategic plan with its exciting launch at the beginning of this year. Our system is poised to focus on our 5 strategic directions with equity as a grounding principle. And you have set important priorities and important goal statements and have listed methods by which we will be striving to achieve the vision that you have set for the students of the Toronto District School Board. Once the multi-year strategic plan has been established, it is then passed over to staff to develop operational plans to fulfill your vision. It is our pleasure to be showcasing for you a framework by which we are going to be activating our system, our schools, our superintendents, our principals, our educators to realize that vision. It is also a very exciting time to be introducing to you our newly established program team. Executive Superintendent Diana Pangiotopoulos has been leading this work alongside a very large team that has been interdepartmental, as well as System Superintendent Ronnie Felson, who is with us here in the boardroom, and I ask them to please showcase their excellence. Over to you, Diana.
I'll actually start in place
Going
of
to turn it over to Ronnie.
Great, thank you. And through the chair, good evening, trustees. I'm happy to present to you our summary of the annual operating plan for the multi-year strategic plan this evening. I'm unsure if you can go to the next slide. As you know, the Better Schools and Students Outcome Act, Bill 98, was passed last April 2023, and the bill intended to change the way boards operate in Ontario's education system. In the past, school boards determined their own focus areas. The ministry has changed the approach and now requires all 72 publicly funded school boards to refocus on strong proficiency in reading, writing, and math, while also increasing accountability and effectiveness of our operations. Next slide. Thank you. The bill introduced the Student Achievement Plan, which you can see here on the slide in the top left corner, with 3 main priorities. First, achievement of learning outcomes in core academic skills. Second, preparation of students for future success. And finally, student engagement and well-being. For each of those priorities, the ministry identified key performance indicators which will be measured and which we will be reporting. Next slide. Last spring, as Acting Director Cirisco stated, in the spring of 2024, you approved the multi-year strategic plan, which in large part is aligned with the Student Achievement Plan. This will guide our work in TDSB for the next 4 years. This will serve as a roadmap towards realizing the collective vision of achieve, thrive, belong, and revitalize for students and staff in the TDSB, along with truth and reconciliation. Next slide. On the right side of the slide, you'll see the graphic of the multi-year strategic plan with our two guiding principles of equity and a commitment to truth and reconciliation, which are foundational to the work we do in the Toronto District School Board. There are also 5 strategic directions in the multi-year strategic plan. These are truth and reconciliation, achieve, thrive, belong, and revitalize. And again, the priorities from the Student Achievement Plan align with the strategic directions of achieve, thrive, and belong. Next slide. Over the next 4 years, staff will identify system goals from the multi-year strategic plan that align with the key performance indicators and give specific directions to guide professional learning, school actions, and the monitoring of progress. To build coherence and consistency throughout the TDSB, we have identified focus areas within each strategic direction that will support reducing disproportionate outcomes for students. Next slide. And in addition to the system goals identified in each strategic direction, staff will continue their efforts to support student success and improve business operations through a number of TDSB strategies that have been shared with the Board of Trustees. And these are listed here: the literacy strategy, our math strategy, combating hate and racism student learning strategy, mental health and addiction strategy, academic pathways, and our capital revitalization strategy. These strategies will be embedded in the identified focus areas, and we'll go through the 5 focus areas in the following slides for year 1 of the annual operating plan. Truth and reconciliation. We'll raise awareness and understanding of historical and contemporary experiences of Indigenous peoples to renew and strengthen relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples and enhance First Nations, Métis, and Inuit culturally responsive conditions in classrooms and schools. And below there, we have 3 key performance indicators which have been developed to measure our efforts in truth and reconciliation. These are the number of students who meet or exceed provincial standards in courses at the secondary level in First Nations, Métis, and Inuit studies, the percentage of students, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students who meet or exceed provincial standards in math and literacy, and finally, the number of students the percentage of students experiencing culturally positive conditions in schools and classrooms. Next slide is achieve. Again, we'll raise literacy and numeracy achievement of students and close disproportionate outcomes. This is the second strategic direction. The focus in year 1 is on raising math and literacy achievement. So you can see the key performance indicator here is the percentage of students who meet or exceed the provincial standard in grade 3 EQO reading, writing, math, grade 6 reading, writing, math, and the grade 9 EQAO math. Next, under Thrive, we'll increase access to courses and programs that reflect student interest and support transitions to maximize post-secondary opportunities. And the key performance indicator we've identified is the percentage of students participating in at least one job skills program. For example, our Specialist High Skills Major program, dual credits, or the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program. The next one is Belong. Will improve attendance of students experiencing disengagement. And the key performance indicator there is the percentage of students participating, the percentage of, we have a little bit of an error here, and I'll correct that for you. It's, I'll come back to that in a second. Let's go to Revitalize. Revitalize will improve practices, accessibility, and modernization, and so all students and staff learn and work in inclusive, safe, and modern environments. And you can see that we have, these are really focused around our business and operations team. We'll be measuring the percentage of completion of school assessments and classification as outlined in the capital revitalization strategy, average time to recruit teaching staff, and the percentage increase in central departments utilizing enterprise service management platform to automate, optimize, and modernize workflows. I'll just pull us back to the theme of belong. All students belong, are engaged and valued in inclusive environments, and the KPI there is around attendance and awareness of mental health supports and services. I'm going to hand it over to Executive Superintendent Diana Panaghtopoulos.
Thanks so very much. And I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there with everybody tonight in person. I unfortunately have tested positive for COVID, so the best place for me to be is at home. So I'm here to continue the presentation and really focus on the action plans that are our next stage. And we're taking a very focused, systematic approach to the operationalization of the multi-year strategic plan, as well as the student achievement plans. We will be carefully and thoughtfully managing this very large-scale change, and there'll be 3 levels of focus that you have on the screen in front of you: system, school, and classroom. We want to see changes in students' achievement, and to accomplish this, we're going to be focusing on what teaching and learning looks like in every learning space: on a classroom desk, learning outside on the land, learning in a library, across all grades and all subjects. We've identified actions that support each of these for each of the focus areas of Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action: achieve, belong, thrive at these 3 levels. On the next slide, we will take you through an example of achievement and one of the actions identified. I know it's very small, but here's an example. What you see here in front of you is the focus area, and in the first column, with the identified system goal of curriculum fidelity. What does curriculum fidelity mean? It means that we want to ensure consistent implementation of the Ontario Ministry curriculum across all classrooms by providing teachers with ongoing professional development, resources, and support to enhance instructional quality and student outcomes. In the second column, what you will see are the expectations that we have for our system leaders, our program leaders, and our school superintendents. So the expectation is that, in this case, that the system will support classroom educators and principals with professional learning. What does this look like for explicit instruction? What does it look like in a grade 2 classroom, in a grade 11 math classroom, a science classroom, or in an elementary school, or a chemistry classroom in your local high school? We will start with the ministry expectations and teaching strategies like explicit instruction and play or inquiry-based learning, both supported by the ministry to advance student achievement. In the third column, these are the expectations for school principals and vice principals. For example, here, principals will monitor the inclusion of the ministry curriculum expectations related to Indigenous histories, contemporary contexts, cultures, and perspectives in teachers' long-range plans and course outlines. On the curriculum expectation, for example, in a science class, the students can use research, experimentation, engineering design to foster critical thinking, scientific and technological literacy, and problem solving. Again, going back directly to the curriculum documents provided by the ministry. Finally, the last column. This last column identifies classroom expectations. This is where the annual operating plan lands on students' desks and focuses on each and every student. For example, teachers will work collaboratively in grade or subject groupings to analyze the curriculum, build long-range plans in elementary grades and courses of study or course outlines in secondary students, in secondary schools with units that are vertically and horizontally aligned. And the next slide, please. Thank you. I'm going to use another example, and the next one will be Thrive as a strategic direction. Again, starting on the left, you see that the system goal for the focus area of Thrive is that we will implement evidence-based interventions and strategies to close gaps and support transitions. The second column has the actions again for system and program leaders and superintendents. One action, for example, is to provide guidance and resources to schools on the implementations of our transitions procedure. The third column for principals and vice principals would be that the principal establishes a school success team that includes representation from different departments to support with tiered interventions, clearly identified roles and responsibilities to close gaps in learning for the students that need it. And finally, the last column, classroom level. Teachers will be providing responsive remediation at identified checkpoints where learning gaps emerge. An example of this may be credit rescue or credit recovery in our high schools. Next slide, please. What you see in front of you is a cycle of continuous improvement. As big as our system is, it is vital that the focus must remain on individual students and their needs. This image is one that is very commonly known in classrooms. And a key step when an organization looks for improvement is to look at data, the ability to collect it, analyze it, and formulate appropriate next steps. Teachers use this framework of plan, act, reflect, assess, this cycle, when they plan learning. It is a continuous cycle, and it's widely used across many boards. As teachers use this cycle to think about student learning, we will use this cycle and have to when we think about school improvement. Central staff working alongside our colleagues in schools will continue to improve educators' knowledge of data literacy. The collection of data is only a first step. Analyzing and implementing strategies, monitoring student progress is key. We will also support classroom educators to improve classroom instruction. We will turn to the research on effective schools and high-impact teaching strategies as we develop our professional learning in these areas. In addition, we also turn to the ministry, which has published a resource, for example, focused on high-impact strategies in math classrooms. We will take this research along with other educational research to focus time, resources, and professional learning on strategies that are evidence-based and positively impact student learning. Next slide, please. Oh, I think there's one before this one. Thank you. So, what's happening right now in our schools? The role of principals and vice principals is vital. Currently, principals and vice principals are developing collaborative work environments, engaging school staff, students, parents, and guardians, caregivers in developing a school focus in Indigenous education. They are working with educators and looking at their school data to identify student needs and determine and implement specific evidence-based strategies and actions. Families of school superintendents are providing oversight through regular school improvement visits where school and student data will be analyzed to monitor each school's progress through the school improvement framework. Together, they'll review student and school data regularly and level up as we hold high rigorous expectations. We are committed to refocusing on literacy, reading and writing, and math skills to identify and implement effective strategies. Also, note, as we work through this first year, we are addressing the data needs of educators, principals, and superintendents. And in terms of data, we're taking first steps to create a data warehouse that will assist us in monitoring the effectiveness of our resources, our strategies, and programs. An integrated, centrally supported system that provides easy access to data, along with professional learning focused on data literacy, will be part of our work this year. Now the final slide. And we're ready for any questions.
Thank you. Trustees with questions? Seeing no trustees, maybe, okay. We saw some hands then. Trustee Arts and Trustee Dawson? Okay, Trustee Arts and Trustee King.
Trustee Dawson, go first because I have to dig up the slides.
Got it. Trustee Arts, Dawson, King, and Lee.
So I really just have one question. So thank you for the plan. It looks great. I'm glad to see quite a bit of material that goes beyond the ministry's very limited KPIs. I know this is just 1 year of the plan, so I am hoping to see much more that goes beyond the ministry's KPIs. I know the discussions we had around the table was how limited their focus was on, and so my one concern I want to ask about is under Thrive. Under Thrive, there's just one bullet point, and that's increasing the number of students participating in at least one job skills program. Several of my schools have, so my high schools have SHISMs, and OYAP, and these other programs for students to have access to. But I've heard repeatedly from schools and families that not that many kids actually finish these, especially SHISMs can be quite onerous, and my schools have changed over their SHISMs over time. And while, you know, they're accessing something other than a regular stream, I don't consider just accessing a program thriving. Is the plan to add, like my idea from the discussions was that thrive means that we know that kids are going on to something, that they're graduating, and they're going on to something else to continue their learning. And that could be a myriad of things after post-secondary that, you know, that they're applying to post-secondary programs, that they're looking at some sort of post-secondary learning or training program, whether that be more school or apprenticeships, trades. So is the goal also to be measuring those over time, and it's not there yet for this year, we'll get there? Or if we're not planning on looking at those sorts of things, why not?
Through the chair, if we could pull back up the presentation, I'll just point out some things in the Thrive slide. I'll start by answering this way. As we stated in the presentation, the KPIs are not the only thing schools, the system, and classroom teachers will be focusing on. We will continue doing all the work that schools have been doing in the areas of literacy, math, pathways, the combating hate and racism strategy, and all the good work that schools do day in, day out. Can we move forward? I think it's 3 slides from here. Two more. It's very hard to read, but there are a number of actions that are going to be done, and this is one of the system goals in the area of Thrive for implementing evidence-based interventions and strategies to close gaps and support transitions. The system goal is what's going to drive new or professional learning that hasn't been done in a number of years. And so as a system, we want to make sure that their program team and superintendents are engaging in work with their schools around transitions, understanding more about these job skills programs. Not all the schools, as you indicated, have those programs, and we want to make sure that there's a greater understanding of these programs across the system. At the school level, again, there are a number of actions for this system goal alone, and then again at the classroom level. So just looking at the annual operating plan and seeing one key performance indicator about job skills programs is only one measure of the work that we'll be doing. That is the one that we need to report on, the percentage of students participating in those programs. But to do all those things that you talked about under Thrive, this is the plan. We need to focus on transitions. We need to focus on building capacity with school leaders to make sure that classroom instruction has equitable and inclusive learning spaces, et cetera. So I hope that answers the trustee's question.
Yes, thank you. I had a similar one under belong, but I will go back and match this form to that form. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to say I really appreciate this report. I love how it's laid out in terms of addressing each of the quadrants, and how it's visually laid out. I'm a very visual learner, so I really appreciate that. I just had one very quick question under Revitalize. what does average time to recruit teaching staff mean?
Through the chair, staff in People and Culture track the amount of time it takes to start the recruitment process and to recruit and retain. And so that data point is a KPI that we are monitoring. And so hopefully over time, the length of time it takes to do that process will be shorter so that we can get staff in schools faster.
Thanks. Just a quick follow-up. It would be interesting, and I might ask the question at a future meeting, about what it looks like for English versus French immersion teachers in terms of that recruitment. So just putting that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee King.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question about the KPI under Belong, the referral to social work or attendance counselors. I think this is just slightly different than some of the other KPIs that we're looking at. And I just wanted to get a little bit more understanding of how this is evaluated in year one, where I would guess there's less of an established kind of base and it's more of an evaluation over time, I'm going to guess. And then my second part of that question is, I'm curious about how staff see improvement in this area. In year one, would improvement be more students accessing the support, or would that present as less students needing that support?
If I may, through the chair, thank you for those thoughtful questions. And I'm wanting to channel Dr. Cameron and Dave. I'll invite you to speak to the really broad way we need to be thinking of belonging. And it's much deeper and more important than attendance. It's how students bring themselves into learning spaces, how they feel their identity is celebrated, positively affirmed. Do they feel connected to the school? So we're going to be doing all of that work concurrently. In year one, we feel there's an urgent need to be reinforcing the procedure in regards to monitoring student attendance, to be paying attention to students who are disengaged. So we're going to be working alongside Dr. Sandhu to be reinforcing and providing professional learning for all of our leaders in regards to our attendance procedure. To be looking for that day 15 when a student is absent, whether that is consecutively or spread through time, to be looking at students who present as disengaged from previous attendance patterns, to be making sure that we do not miss students, so that the kinds of KPIs we'll be looking for that are not represented in the slide deck that you are seeing, trustees, would be that we are tracking that at every LC meeting across our system and our family of schools meetings, we've done the professional learning. Our attendance counselors, our social workers are connecting with school principals to reinforce the procedure orally and with them. That we are monitoring monthly the attendance of students, and that we are talking about those students through school visits. So those are some of the pieces of data and evidence that we are going to be talking about at the superintendent table and reinforcing to you as part of our presentation when we bring a report to you on how we're doing in regards to this priority. To be saying, here's our work and here's what we're seeing change. Your second question was in regards to, I think, how do we know that we're making a difference in the pathway to care? Am I characterizing that correctly, Trustee King?
Through you, Chair, somewhat. My question was, whether staff see success in this area as more students obtaining the interventions and support, or whether it presents as less need.
I actually think that when we are seeing students access supports, it's a reflection of our careful monitoring of student need. I personally believe the need is out there. We need to be making sure that we are having more students access the pathway to care. Dr. Sandhu was here earlier, just a few days ago, it seems, or hours ago, in my mind of time passage, where she was really reinforcing the work she's doing with community partners. So we're wanting to see those numbers grow in the number of students and families who are accessing community support. And I'll say that it's going to be a reflection of I don't think it's diminished need or more need. I think it's going to be a measure of that we are connecting kids who need us most to the supports that are around us and that we need to continue to build.
Thank you. That is helpful to understand. And I do have one more question. This one relates to the framework. So within the presentation, we saw that the school improvement teams will be inclusive of families, and that there's a part of the process early on where they're a part of information gathering and analysis of needs. The school councils, in theory, their work should also be following the focus of the school improvement plan, or at least aligning and supporting it to some degree. So I'm just wondering, with the action plans, the system goals that are being created, is there a connection, like a formal connection being made for school councils, or any kind of presentation or expectations? I'm just wondering what all of this looks like in that area of our work where our families are supporting our school improvement.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So superintendents are working with their family of schools, sharing our updated process for school improvement. And part of the instructions to school principals has been to engage school councils in the development of an Indigenous focus area and in analyzing the data to determine actions for each of the strategic direction system identified goals. So there should be engagement with parents and school council. And you're very correct that the guide to school councils does talk about the role of school councils in holding the principal accountable for achievement in schools. And so I would expect that superintendents working with schools continue to remind principals that parents and school council should be shared progress throughout the year, throughout the school improvement framework. I do this hand gesture because we do a cycle, so parents should be engaged in that plan, act, assess, reflect sharing with principals.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll just wrap up by saying being able to see this breakdown in this presentation is really, really helpful. And I wonder for families as they're engaging, it's great that they'll be able to engage on a specific area in the Indigenous education, but I wonder if it's helpful for them to also have the context of understanding the entire plan, maybe not to the degree and the level that we do as trustees, but understanding where that piece that they're working on fits within the larger goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lee?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I really appreciate all the work that staff has done on this. The piece where we're quantifying our work and tracking it, I think it's going to be effective. And I also think it's going to bring a lot of confidence to our public. My question surrounds an expansion upon, the tracking and measurement of the KPIs that were presented. Can I just, through you, Mr. Chair, get a sense from staff on whether or not we as the board will get a scorecard designed around these KPIs with where the target, like with a target that's set that we want to hit and how we're tracking towards it?
Thank you. And through the chair and Dr. Cameron, I will be turning to you if I could in regards to the KPIs that are uploaded to the ministry. Through the chair to trustees, let me talk a little bit about first the framework that Diana and Ronnie outlined, where we're looking at the actions at the system level, the classroom or the system level, the classroom level. Why am I not getting this today? The system level, the school level, and the classroom level. And each of those have expected actions, and we are asking ourselves, and we've talked about these three questions previously with you. We're going to be looking at what we're doing, and there's a theory of action about why we're doing what we're doing. So what we're doing, what is changing because of what we're doing, and the most important question is who's better off. And each of those questions, we are looking to gather data and evidence very intentionally at every step of the way. So when we're providing professional learning, we're going to be asking about the number of educators who are participating in that professional learning. But more importantly, we're going to be asking educators to critique the professional learning, the efficacy to what it is that they are being asked to do, how they are adopting this professional learning in their practice. We are going to be having our professional leaders, such as superintendents, such as our math priority coaches, to be looking for the connection from that professional learning to what they're seeing change in the classroom as far as the skill, the content of what the educator is presenting, to be echoing what they've been learning in the professional learning session. And then most importantly, what is changing at the student's desk in regards to the professional learning. Through the chair to trustees, all of that evidence we are intending to present to you about how we are moving the system to the goals that we have set. That is a really important scorecard. But the ministry, of course, is asking for specific data connected to EQAO, and I'll invite Dr. Cameron to illustrate the accountability that we have as a board annually to the ministry. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Acting Director Cisco. Good evening. So the KPIs, the key performance indicators that the ministry is has provided through their student achievement priorities, which Superintendent Belson has shared on that first slide. There are 11 KPIs, and they calculate those. 8 of them you already have EQAO this year in 23-24. I think. Trustee Lee, to your question about setting a target, the board won't set a goal or a target of future movement in any of those 8 per se, largely because of what you saw already in last week's work around the literacy strategy, the pathways. You'll see again with the numeracy strategy, there's a variety of different analytics that are nested inside of each of these areas of achievement. So Achieve is a much broader and more complicated space than can be articulated in a central target. So the board doesn't set a central target because we have 472 elementary schools and 171,000 kids, and all the things that the strategy is trying to do is build really grounded context through key performance indicators. So whether those indicators are nested within a grade 1 report card data, or a grade 3 report card data, where you're looking at science, mathematics, or English, whether a family of school superintendent is looking at kind of core areas of data, and analytics will be used, but to centralize at a very central level, to use a single figure for, say, grade 3 reading, would conflate or confuse or reduce that kind of the nature of what's going on within a literacy strategy and so on and so forth. So the central target, in other words, we're going to go up 5 points, isn't part of the key performance indicator method.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. But I mean, how will we know how good we're doing? Through you, Mr. Chair.
We'll know how good we're doing when we look at the variety of data as it pertains to the, and remember this sport is huge and it's complex, right? So how a school is doing, one school may be really focused and need to really focus deeply on primary reading pedagogy, where another school might be in need of looking very carefully at junior division science or report card grades for science success or transitions into high school. So really the idea of how people are doing is in that plan, act, reflect, assess, and it's in the school improvement process, and it's nested within all the families of schools. And the cycle of school improvement and work through that is part of what you saw in those columns when you look at what's happening in classrooms. What are practices that are happening at the school level? What are practices happening at the system level? All of those acts and practices create analytical environments through which we understand how well we're doing, or what we need to do next, or what's complicated or problematic about what we're doing, or where there are disparities. So we're constantly working through having for lack of a better word, a conversation between the analytics inside the system that's generated through practices, whether those are learning practices in classrooms or they're teaching practices in terms of what we're doing. We're constantly having that kind of conversation in an ongoing basis. So that's how we know how well we're doing from month to month and year to year.
But I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Lee, I was just gonna add to. I was just gonna respond with some information. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Trustee Lee.
No worries. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
So I'm going to give an example. Ronnie, feel free to add in. I want to bring this down to the school level for a moment. And I want to give an example of a school where we have schools where the EQAO reading is sitting at 97%. We have other schools where the EQAO reading is sitting at 50%. So and I'm going to use your word around targets. So a 5% target is not doable for the school that's sitting at 97%. It's not enough, I would argue, for the school on the other end that's sitting at 50%. So where we have to focus is what I mentioned during the presentation, is who is not achieving. And the school principal and the staff know who those students are. And they know the responsibility of moving them from a level 1 to a level 2 to a level 3 to provincial standard. Those are the type, that is why I'm going to suggest a system-wide target at this point doesn't mean anything at the school level that you would want it to mean. What we do want to hold people accountable for is understanding who is not being served and how are we going to ensure that their success. And so therefore having a number isn't as meaningful as focusing on the who. So I hope that helps answer it perhaps a little different way, Trustee Lee, and is more specific. Ronnie, I don't know if you have anything to add, or Trustee Lee, again, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
it's hard when you're at home. Thanks.
Thank you for that context. Although my question stays, I appreciate that the administrators know exactly what's happening. I appreciate that the teachers definitely know what's happening. And I would say that superintendents would know what's happening. But the 22 of us at the board level, how will we know whether, said with respect that I do mean this, all of you, the staff members, are doing the job that you're supposed to do?
Through the chair, I was going to give a similar example as Executive Superintendent Panich-Topless. When I was a vice principal, I worked with a very wise principal who said that as long as there is a student not attending and a student not achieving, there is always work to do. And that has always stuck with me. And I think that Diana's point really rings true. When we have students that aren't achieving, that really is when we'll know if we're doing well, when we move those individual students up a grade level, up a level, get them reading, get their literacy and numeracy skills increased. I think the target concept is tricky. A school increasing by 5% may not really resonate for parents whose child still cannot read. And so the work really has to be focused at the classroom level, at the student level, so that all students are achieving. Trustee Lee, I don't have another way of responding to that question other than that. Associate Acting Director.
I'm sorry, but I would say that I understand where you're coming from, but from a board member perspective, I don't think that's good enough for me. Because I still have no idea, no way of seeing what staff have committed to improving, where you have all told us that you're going to go and how you're going and how you're doing against it. Right? I appreciate that you know that, and the frontline school and administrators know that, but we have no way of holding you accountable, and that is our job. So my question to you is, how can you help us do our job?
If I may, through the chair, to trustees, it's a really important question, and it is one for a vision that staff share. What we would like to be building, and I'll talk about an exciting project that we have begun and networks that we have started to make in a meeting actually that we're attending tomorrow. So Ronnie outlined one of the actions that we are, the foci that we're having for the system is we want to be identifying evidence-based practices, understand their impact for students, and bring them to scale. So we are looking to invest in a online data warehouse where we are able to be knowing students by name, watching the implementation of a intervention methodology. That could be a math intervention, it could be a reading intervention, and to be tracking the achievement of those students with technology, and to be able to show very, very quickly for educators so that they're able to understand the profile of the students in their classroom. And at the end of the intervention, we're able to show through data that the intervention has worked or not. And to be able to turn that into a dashboard, and then to be saying, this is how we're going to bring it to scale across our system. This is what we're going to be investing in because we have the evidence to indicate that this is closing disproportionate outcomes for students. The interventions may be through digital math tools. It may be through a specific guided reading program. I could go on, but our goal is to make this a very fast turnaround for data for our educators that maximizes their time in front of children and with children for direct instruction and inquiry-based instruction to give them more time to be supporting students in their learning. At the macro level, Trustee Lee, then we would bring that back as a finding to the Board of Trustees as a report, and to be showing the data on not only the schools in the pilot, but as we're scaling, how many schools are being added to the project and so on and so forth, and to be indicating data that is formative, as such as that intervention, but then also summative, such as report card marks. And again, turning to technology to be making dashboards and reports that very clearly show with data and evidence the gains that we are making, or where we've learned something isn't having the impact that they were wanting to. So where you are thinking we want to be, this is we completely agree that is the level of accountability that we want to be demonstrating to the board so that you can fulfill your role as governors and to be aligning budget to the priorities of student learning. Thank you.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I'll leave it here, but I think, to staff, I'd like to have more working level conversations on how we can actually bring this into place. And to my colleagues at the board, I think at one point we may want to provide some direction to staff on what kind of a scorecard we'd like to see. So I'll leave it here, but I look forward to continuing on to this work. But I just want to make it clear that I don't think we're at a place where we as a board can actually measure staff's performance targets and hold them accountable to what that achievement should be. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to pass the chair to Vice Chair Williams. I want to also urge, and I know this is the first year, so we are sticking to the ministry's key performance indicators or the measurements that they have set out predominantly around the achieve area. I'm hoping to see some discussions early in this year around what do we do to measure, thrive, and belong in a way that is respectful of people's lived experiences and so on. So we don't want to pressure a measuring tool that particularly gets pushed onto equity deserving groups. So it's important to start the conversation early enough if you want to bring that into next year. I do think that, one of the things I mentioned earlier in our meeting chair and executive council as well, is that when we did this multi-year strategic plan consultation, a lot of rich information was collected. And our communities, particularly those in equity deserving groups, are often tired of being over-consulted and not delivered. But having said that, many of them have given input. So I think when we go up into the layers and try to find those broader themes like thrive, belonging, there was a lot of rich data that informed it, but that's still sitting. So as we go down into operational, we need to bring those data for those people who are doing operational work to make sure that those pockets and those conversations and those regional differences and stakeholder differences are all taken into consideration. Sometimes we drop the data because we feel that the purpose of that data was to come up with the broader strategic priorities. I do feel that the purpose of that data also could inform some concrete strategies around some of these things because they led to the top, almost like a reverse engineering process as well. And I do think that school councils, and I know there was some conversation about school improvement plans tying into multi-year strategic plan and how that relates. Sometimes it's important for the schools to see how these things can actually fit into some of these ideas. So maybe there could be some tools that are given to school councils to develop that in a way that translates these things into the classroom school level. Because I agree that classroom school level has to be a lot more determined locally, and we won't be able to have a cookie cutter method, but we could actually use templates that can help to inform that. I'm assuming, and I think I do want to see a lot more on the revitalize. It was an interesting strategic priority to state to public because it's more internal structural. So it's important for us to kind of build a little bit more of substance to show that why that particular piece is the critical component. So I didn't see the key indicators to be comprehensive in that, maybe tweaking a little bit or maybe even categorizing into staffing, physical environment, and things like that a little bit more would help. I do think that many of these data points that we are looking at are snapshots as opposed to longitudinal. I would like to see if we have even a percentage of our students that go through a longitudinal thing. If I see 20% of the students went from here to here, or that is more than me seeing 50% did this. Because at a snapshot, that 50% could be the same 50%, or it could be like we got 20%, but we lost 20% of somebody. So it's important for us to have longitudinal. I know it's hard with our research capacity in terms of resources, but I do think we could reach out to faculties of education or some places to build partnership to say, let's look at this learning center or this particular area and dig deeper in producing this, because I don't really want us to be driven by provincial evaluation tools alone, which is which we have to do anyways, but I think the danger is that we're always going to have to this comparisons of EQAO and this and that often doesn't tell the whole story of what kind of a board we are in. Having said all this, coming back to Trustee Lee's point, I do think at some point we need to have some aspirational targets or goals or something on some of the things that we think we can measure adequately. And that helps us not just to evaluate staff per se, but evaluate all of us, including us, because what we do is what's directing a lot of the staff's priorities as well, and vice versa. So it's important for us to have some sort of a way in which we can say, out of these goals, these are some of the things that we really want to measure, and more of a evaluative process for us to improve, as opposed to just as a PR or as a critical point. It's more like a process to do that. So anyway, so a big rant for 5 minutes, but I just want to give my feedback. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Is there anybody else on the list to speak? Nobody online? Oh, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I too like the aspirational concept of the whole strategic plan and what it tries to do. And I, like Trustees Shen and Lee, have always struggled with the concept of how do we measure that which is being accomplished. The initial statements are always easy. The strategies to accomplish them, they're kind of easy to explain what you're going to try to do. The most difficult point for me has always been about how you measure exactly whether we're doing this or not. So, like my colleagues, I'm very interested in finding as many ways as we can to kind of quantify the progress that we're making. There's a lot been made in the last 10 days about regaining the trust of the public, kind of thing. And these kinds of, the work being done here is the work we're expected to be doing. Like, everyone thinks this is what we ought to be doing. And the more we're in a position to show that we're doing that, and we're turning over every rock to try to find any way that we can find progress, and to be able to highlight where we're making it and where we're trying, I think is constructive. So I thank the team for all the work that goes into this. But I too think we should be really cognizant of where we think we can. We should be identifying and then talking about it when it's successful. And talking about it when it's not, because we learned something, so that then the next strategy will take that into mind and we'll be better off. This is tricky, but I thank everyone for their efforts.
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. Thank you very much, Trustee McLean. And just to be echoing again staff's commitment and shared values in being accountable through evidence and data. We are a very large system. We are the largest school board in Canada, one of the largest, if not the largest. And there are over 270,000 students who are counting on us to get this right. And we need to be demonstrating very clearly that the progress that we are making. Just, a couple of points as I think that we're closing this item. We really worked hard, and our goals this year are, among many things, but to build consistency and coherence across our system as to what our strategic plan aims to do in the practices in our schools and in our classrooms. And we're very, very proud of the collaboration that we've achieved in the development of this action plan to support your work. It has been highly integrated, and we are very connected across the system. So I hope that rings true as we spoke. Thank you.
Thank you. think that's the end of speakers list. So can I have a mover and a second to receive this item? Trustee King, Trustee Williams.
Yes.
All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much, staff, for that presentation and all the answers. We are moving on to number 8. Number 8.1. Trustee McLean, you're on here for the next item.
Yep.
Elevating student achievement and transforming business and operations. Do you want to speak on the item?
I do, thank you. I don't know if I need a seconder.
Yeah.
Trustee Lee will second.
Trustee Lee, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lee. This motion came about listening to our either current or former, I'm not sure what her status is, but Director Russell Rollins give her reports. And she twice referenced an innovation center. And I must admit that I didn't really understand what that was, but I knew immediately that I wanted one. So upon announcing her retirement, I made a point to reach out to her and ask her if she would meet with me and explain this a little more, because it sounded really like elevating student achievement and transforming business and operations. I mean, who doesn't want to do that? We just spent like the whole point of the multi-year strategic plan is elevating student achievement. So she had done some work, and the information that you see here and all the whereases is fundamentally the information that she shared with me so that I could highlight this work. I think back about in 2019, before the board, in really challenging budget times, a report came about the Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement. And this was before COVID, and we had a budget challenge that we needed 2 years to solve. Okay, so these were really challenging times. And those of us that were here will remember that this came, we approved this before we got any of our budget matters settled. We did it because it was too big an opportunity. It represented something that a positive change that we could make, and we believed in it enough that we prioritized the work. And I think that the magic that has followed in the center shows that that was a good decision that day. I know I personally think when I leave this office, it'll be the thing I remember the most about. I'll feel best about what we did. That being said, this report requests that work be done so that in this budget cycle, we will have a report that dictates what this would actually look like, and equally important, what it would cost. Because if you're going to make informed decisions, you need information and you need to understand it's not enough just to create an ambitious thing. If we're going to do this, we have to understand what it costs. So this is designed to do that. It will also allow the new director of education to put his or her footprints on it, to get a sense of where they would stand on it, so that when we considered in the spring, we would have a good sense of where senior team thought the merit of this would be. So there'll be an interesting conversation down the road, but at this point, this is all about trying to make sure that we're well informed when we make it. Thank you.
Trustee Davis.
Just want to take a moment to thank the movers of the motion. I'm going to be honest, I thought about doing this, and you absolutely beat me to it, and I'm very happy that you did. This is very extensive, very thorough, and when I thank you for putting this together. I made notes. When I heard the director talk about some of those things, and I thought, oh yeah, that's definitely the kind of things that that I want to see us be able to do. And of course, there's all types of obstacles financially for us to be able to do some of this, but this is great, and I appreciate the initiative and that was taken here. And you know, the worst we can do is from this is take a look at the report and try and learn about best practices and so on. So again, just thank you to movers. Very happy to support this. It's a great exercise for us to have a conversation about how it is that we improve education, which, you know, sometimes when I'm listening to some of the reports that come in and then the interpretation of those reports, I'm not sure that we spend a lot of our time on that, but this is greatly about how it is that we improve public education and how we deliver public education. So very much interested in seeing that report when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Didoviris. I don't see any other speakers, so we'll move on to a vote to approve this motion. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you very much, Trustee McLean. I think we are on the last item, if I'm right. We are on 8.2, comparing hate and racism, anti-Asian racism. Trustee Pei and Trustee Wang. Is Trustee Pei online? Trustee Pei, are you there?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Trustee Pei, do you want to speak on the item first?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our board needs a very comprehensive anti-Asian racism strategy for several reasons. I think number one, there's evidence that increased anti-Asian racism, based on our system data, the data is compared last year is almost increased by 100%, which is underscores the need for targeted interventions. Also, number two, I want to address systemic issues. Anti-Asian racism, like any other form of racism, is often rooted in systemic issues, including stereotypes, microaggressions, and institutional biases. A specific strategy can really address this deeper, ingrained problems within the school system, curriculum, and the cultures. Number three, inclusion and diversity. Toronto is one of the most diverse cities in the world, and the student body at the TDSB reflect this diversity. Developing a strategy to counter anti-Asian racism helps to foster a more inclusive and supportive environment for all students, encouraging cross-cultural understanding and respect. Number four, support of mental health. Racism can have a profound mental health impact on students, affecting their academic performance, self-esteem, overall well-being. A comprehensive strategy can provide the necessary support system, such as counseling, peer support, to help a student cope with and overcome these challenges. Number five, education and awareness. A key aspect of combating racism is education. A dedicated anti-Asian racism strategy can really ensure that the TDSB curriculum, including Asian history, contributions, and the challenges communities has faced, promoting understanding and empathy among students and staff. My final point, legal and moral obligation. Schools have a legal and ethical responsibility to provide a safe, equitable environment for all students. An updated and comprehensive strategy would align with Ontario anti-racism initiative and human rights laws. By implementing such strategy, our board can actively work towards creating more just and equitable learning environment for Asian students and other marginalized groups. So my dear colleagues, I would like to ask you for unanimous support for this very important motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Wang, would you like to add more comments to the motion since you're seconder?
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. Yes, I want to urge my colleagues in support of the motion in front of us. It's a motion that calls for an action, specific steps to provide the breadth as well as the depth of a strategy in addressing anti-Asian racism. From the motion, you can see that again, the three big areas of concern. Number one, being able to be at this point where we can engage the focus group representing all identifiable Asian diasporas, which enhances inclusivity. The current approach may overlook the nuances, differences among various Asian communities, for example, South Asian, East Asian, Southeast Asian, etc. By ensuring comprehensive representation, the focus group will provide recommendations that reflect the diverse experiences within these communities. So again, these also acknowledge the different manifestations of anti-Asian racism faced by specific groups. I'm sure it will help us, and the strategies being not a one-size-fits-all, but tailored to the unique needs and challenges of each community, filling the current gap of the broad stroke approaches. So, and again, I don't need to further elaborate on the needs of professional learning and course development, course implementation, as well as strengthening the need for a detailed, specific, and ongoing strategy for combating anti-Asian racism. The reporting part of it, will definitely overcome the issue of insufficient accountability and follow through that can arise when actions are not clearly mapped out for monitoring. So again, thank you, Trustee, for moving the motion, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just I had a few questions. I put them to the mover and the seconder in email because I'm a little bit confused about this motion, because the anti-Asian racism strategy was the first strategy actually that the board produced in 2020, partially in response to COVID, but also bigger than that in tackling anti-Asian racism. So I'd just like to hear from staff, and based upon my experience with the development of the anti-Semitism strategy, at least I understand superintendents are leading that work. They have convened focus groups with representatives. They are going to make suggestions on additional professional learning, etc. And that all these strategies feeding in under the combating hate would then report to P&P, which is where everything was, not necessarily program and school services. So I really understand from the delegations tonight that a refresh of the strategy is absolutely necessary. For example, it didn't include anything on international students, for example, which a number of the delegates spoke to tonight, and other concerns because it is a few years old. So I guess I just have a few questions for you, Mr. Chair, to staff. What was the vision for the anti-Asian racism strategy under the combating hate, knowing that it already did exist? Was it a full refresh? Was it starting from scratch? Where is it in its development? Does it already cover the points of this motion? And don't get me wrong, I'm very supportive, obviously, of tackling anti-Asian racism, as I am for all forms of hate. So please don't read my questions as not being supportive. In fact, I was supportive of the strategy in 2020. So I'm just a bit confused as why this motion is here, and I would like to hear from staff through you, Mr. Chair, and then I might have some follow-ups after I hear from them. Thank you.
So, Director, do you want to let us know Who will be responding to this?
1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you, and through the chair. With respect to this particular motion, part of what staff has been doing, let me start off. Staff has committed to creating an anti-Asian racism strategy. We made that commitment in March 1st, 2023 as part of the anti-hate, anti-racism strategy. Part of what we said at that point in time was that this particular strategy is a community-led and TDSB staff-facilitated initiative. The TDSB will establish a comprehensive 2-year strategy and action plan. Included in that particular action plan was a total of 8 nuggets. 2 of those nuggets were actions and measurable outcomes to reduce the incidence of bias, hate, racism, and discrimination in classrooms, schools, and work environments that affect students and staff, and actions and measurable outcomes tied to the Combating Hate and Racism student learning strategy and staff job embedded learning. So professional learning for staff was a significant component. We then went through and listed off the total of 7 strategies that we would be focusing in on creating: anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, ableism, anti-Asian racism, and homophobia and transphobia. So we have made that commitment as of March 1st, 2023 to provide that to trustees. Trustees will be receiving at the PSC on October the 23rd an update on where we are with respect to those particular strategies for all 6 of them. We'll provide the timing and where we specifically are for individual ones. With respect to the anti-Asian racism strategy, part of what I'd like to be able to do is just turn it over to the essentially assigned principal, Carlo Carrera, to speak to where are we right now in the strategy and what has taken place. So Carlo, if you can just speak and provide trustees with an update on what has taken place in this strategy to date. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I wanted to draw back to the resource that was identified earlier today that was produced in 2020 in collaboration with ETFO, entitled Addressing Anti-Asian Racism, a Resource for Educators. This was released in the winter of 2021. With regards to the anti-Asian racism working group tied to the anti-hate and anti-racism strategy, that working group has started to meet already. We are beginning to reach out to community partners to sit and engage with a discussion with us. Our first meeting is to look at the structure of the working group and to be able to share with community partners what the working group will look like. We anticipate that we will be conducting these session 1s, if I may, with multiple times, as there are many groups who wish to participate in talking about the different ways in which the TDSB can combat anti-Asian racism.
Thank you for that. So, and I do appreciate what has been heard today on committee was concerns with respect to international students, and staff is more than willing and will incorporate that into this particular strategy in order to address the concern that has been raised in this particular forum. But at the end of the day, part of what we're outlining is that the work we made the commitment back in March of 2022 or to March of 2023. We continue to engage in the work, and we will be providing an update to trustees at PSSC in October the 23rd. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes and 36 seconds.
Thank you very much. So I'm really glad we're going to get an update, because I think what's been missing is the silence on where each, to the board as a whole, in where each of the strategies are at, because some obviously seem to be more further ahead than others, but they all center around those pillars that you articulated in that March 2023 report. So I guess for me is, those pillars have to be the same, but how they're tackled and who we speak to, and the customization, maybe that's the wrong word, but each of them will be different, but because of who needs to be engaged with them, and yet they all have to be similar so they don't further divide us, but bring us together. So again, I understand we don't know what we don't know. So for Trustee Pei and Trustee Wong not understanding the development of where that anti-Asian racism strategy is, created the void for the motion in front of us. But I'm hoping, and that's the other thing, and I know I've talked to, because my particular focus was tackling anti-Semitism. I know that I have inserted myself, so I find out what is going on with the two superintendents that are leading that, because I've been very anxious in responding to community about, well, what are we doing about it? I have asked staff multiple times, so I can provide those answers. So that update report is essential for all of us, so we can get back to our communities and tell them what we're doing. I am glad to hear the work has been started. I am glad to hear that the delegates made a difference in the kinds of groups and people that need to be reached out to and welcomed into for their input. And I'm really looking forward to that update report. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee Williams. First, I want to begin by saying thanks to the staff who work within the equity, anti-racism, anti-oppression work. It is critical I acknowledge that work is hard and there's not enough resources to do this work. Having said that, to assume what we heard is an indication of work that's been started, and two trustees that are moving it, and I know I've worked with Trustee Wang, that they are moving it because they didn't know what work is already being done, is simply not true. In fact, it might, I won't speak for them, it's insulting. You know, in Scarborough Aging Court, we see families in Scarborough Center, in Scarborough Rouge Park, we see Scarborough North, we see families on a regular basis, and we know what they're experiencing. We know what young people are experiencing. You know, let's go through the chronology here. This particular document that's being talked about in 2021 is the resource guide for educators. It's not a strategy of the school board to address anti-racism, and this has been used many times here in this room, calling it a strategy that was started. Read carefully as to what the document is. It is a document that's a guide for educators to learn and to address anti-Asian racism. It is part of a strategy, but it's not a system strategy. And then we talked about March 2023, and now we are almost at the end of 2024. The first meeting hasn't even happened yet. I'm not blaming the staff because they're under-resourced. It's something that we should be doing. If we want to put all these strategies together, we should be funding this department adequately to do this work. But I do not believe that the pace at which this issue is being handled does justice to the children that are being impacted. In fact, these children, many of them cannot go and identify it as a racism at home because many of the times we are told in our homes to brush it off and be part of that quote-unquote model minority. You work hard, you will succeed. And a lot of the time, the racism that Asian students face are not being acknowledged. The denial continues. And the fact that we haven't met with organizations that do anti-racism work, anti-Asian racism work, grounded with decolonizing work, grounded with understanding anti-Black racism needs to be dismantled. We haven't even reached those organizations. We haven't really brought them together. We haven't formed that collaborative network to do this work. And this is not about siloing and dividing. This is about making sure that we can find ways in which we can work together, because underlying root causes of all these racism are very same. But it impacts different communities, and some communities, like anti-Black racism, 400 plus years of institutionalized anti-Black racism in this country. And many organizations who work on combating anti-Asian racism know that what needs to be prioritized. but we don't have them in the room. We don't have them as partners. Look at the partnership list we have and tell me how many Asian, South Asian organizations we have on those lists. Look at the staff makeup. Look at how many students we have and the type of resources. The mental health support for Asian students, the need is so high, and we still fail in a lot of these places. So what I'm saying here is that it is okay to ask for a strategy. It is okay for these strategies to be part of a broader strategy. Nobody is saying this needs to be separate. It's under the umbrella of the anti-hate, anti-racism strategy. But let's move things forward simultaneously. Let's have reports. Let's have the community. And I can tell you, many of these work, there's a lot of people willing to carry the burden of this work in our communities. We just need to tap it and have the right direction and so on. So it's important for us to know that the request being made is not in the void of not knowing what's happening. We know our staff work hard. I know the equity staff. I know how hard they work. This is not a judgment on them. We need to resource it. We need to be able to say that this work needs to be prioritized. And for that to happen, it is not wrong to be asking what's being asked by Trustee Pei and Trustee Wong. So let us make sure that all the different strategies that were mentioned at the March meeting are moving along, that we resource them. We make sure that there are community support that are provided. Because it's not about not acknowledging what's being done, but acknowledging what the real gap is when we meet our parents and students. Just look at community engagement level. In any areas, the South Asian population is so high, but the community parent council has very limited representation. The sense of belonging we talk about. The self-esteem level. Sometimes the performance academically and their self-esteem is not correlated. These are all factors that we need to help. So it's structure. It's not just about name calling. It's a structural thing we need to fix. And I think this motion is on point, and I'll support it.
Yeah, I'll pass back the chair.
I see Trustee Pei and Trustee King, but Trustee Pei, you already spoke on this first time, so I'm going to go to Trustee King and then come back to Trustee Pei.
Thank you, through your chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Trustee King first. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, through your chair. Again, I wanted to just thank the movers as well. Do appreciate your perspective and your work on this, and I do understand the urgency of the work. I think any of us, anytime we hear of the microaggressions, the hate, the bias, any of it, we know that there's more work to be done. I have a couple of questions because I want to understand a little better what the movers are seeking to achieve and to provide an opportunity to convey more clarity to staff if that's what's needed. So I'll ask both questions, and then I'm happy for Trustee Pei or Trustee Wong or both to respond. My first question is with respect to Clause A, the wording of providing comprehensive representation of all identifiable diaspora of Asian communities. The word all, I'm just looking to hear if there's a specific reason you've chosen this, if you feel like there are particular groups that aren't being thought of or included at this point. I know the meetings are just getting started. Is the idea here that there would be representation from all 5 regions of Asia as it's identified in that resource? So if you can just provide some clarity there to the all and what the expectation is. And then my second question is on B, and it's around the additional professional learning. I wanted to hear more about the additional and whether you are looking for something different that isn't happening, or more frequency or deeper learning, just looking again at what the additional looks like and compared to what's happening now.
Okay, thank you, Trustee King, for your questions. I think the reason we're talking about all identifiable diaspora of Asian community, because Asian community are very, very big. You're talking about 56 countries. I think it's very important. At the board, we had to be inclusive, tell all communities. So that's why I'm using the word all identifiable diaspora of Asian community. So that's a very important because we're sending the message. The board is focused on diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. So I want to show the public that we're really aim for that goal, to be inclusive to all Asian community. I think it's very important, for this board is like really listen to the Asian community. I think last consultation the board of staff did, I could not identify one single Asian student body who really been consulted by the board of staffs. Now you mentioning parents group, we heard so many delegates talking today. They were not consulted, all those parents, all those students. So when we as a board, we're so, focused on anti-racism, why the Asian voice been left behind, left unheard? That's my question. That's why I'm asking item number 1A. Item B, Trustee King, if you really read the report of the board, which is presented on the June, program and school services committee, combating hate and racism, student learning strategy update 2024. If you really read this report here, if you really go through all the courses here, there are only 2 online courses offered for anti-Asian racism. Where all other even anti-Semitism, they have 7, anti-LGBT, they have 8, anti-Islamophobia, they have 8. So what happened to our professional learning, which is so far behind in terms of combating anti-Asian racism? I think our board really lose focus here. Let's think about it. Let's talk about a number, okay? We have 46% Asian students, almost 30% Asian staff. There's no one single student body really represent Asian voices. There's no active Asian parental voice being heard at the board. There's no voice heard by Asian staff associations. So what happened to our board, by the way? Why is Asian left behind? Okay, also let's talk about it. A lot of delegates come to the board.
I just want to
chair, may I ask the staff a question?
You'll get your time to speak. I think it's better just to answer the question.
Yeah, I think I answered the question already. I mean, it's like, I just feel like we need robust, professional development program, curriculum for the teachers.
Thanks for your comprehensive answer there. Trustee King has a follow-up question, and we'll take that follow-up question for you, and then we'll come to you for speaking later.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Trustee Pei, I'm just going to go back to the first question about the representation of all the diaspora, because I think we need to be very clear on what we're asking and expecting of staff as well. So I'm just going to take a stab here, but if there was representation from Central Asia, East, South, Southeast, and Western, those are the 5 groups that are identified in the resource. Is it your feeling that that would be comprehensive in the participation and representation?
Yes, I think so, Trustee King. I think this is 5 regions you specify work, correctly. I think that's really focused. We have student census. We can identify who are coming from which region, which country, right? I think it's as long as they have a community voices. I mean, the board should try to work as a group or reach out that group. That's a work mandate to do that. Reach all community, make sure they heard our community voices. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to thank staff because I know that you've also reached out specifically to Tibetan community that's not represented in the resource here, but is a significant community in my ward and in the city. So thank you for including that as well.
Thank you very much, Trustee King, for your questions.
Thank you, Trustee King. I'm going to go to Trustee Lee next. Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to the commentary that are made. I know there have been references to the previous resolution that was passed to include the staff training and learning program for anti-Asian racism. There are questions that are asked about, is that enough? Why do we have this now? Just for context for a lot of our newer trustee colleagues, myself and Trustee Wong were the movers of that resolution, which got passed and implemented, and we're quite proud of it. But I do believe that, when it comes to work to combat racism, just like the work that we have done for different types of racism and oppression, there is different steps that needs to be taken. The steps that were taken in 2021, I believe, or 2020, I forgot when it actually was step one. And through the implementation of that, what we have seen is the needs for subsequent steps to make sure that the work that we do is comprehensive and effective. And this is why I think as we're developing the comprehensive anti-hate strategy, it is important that we do create a anti-Asian racism strategy that is accurate, correct, and effective in actually addressing the issues and concerns. And the matter that I actually wanted to talk to most had to do with Trustee King's question, and also what Trustee Pei has, I think very comprehensively answered to Section A of this motion, which is to say we need to ask members from all identifiable diaspora of Asian communities. And I really wanted to try to help Trustee Pei to answer this question when Trustee King asked, because I was very humbled when Trustee Pei came over and to ask for my opinion. I actually was the person who drafted Section A of, or contributed to drafting Section A. But I wanted to make sure that the words all identifiable diaspora of Asian communities was in here. Because I have seen too many anti-Asian strategies going around where they have clustered all of Asia together, pointed to a group of people and said, look, you're represented. We have asked for your opinion. But I would just say that even within the scope of South Asia, Central Asia, or even within the scope of East Asia, there are very different communities holding very different cultural views, having very different historical context that needs to be addressed differently. So I think the question was, hey, if we had 5 different groups, is that enough? And I know Trustee Pei, you said yes, and I agree with you. But I would also say, given Section A of this motion, we should ask all the groups to see if 5 different groups are enough. Because as an Asian, as someone with Asian descent, I know and I understand the history between the cultures and communities. And if we just pointed to someone that looks East Asian and said, we asked that person for his or her opinion, and that's enough, there might be 3 other people that look like they're East Asian who tell you that you are offending them or you are oppressing them. So I just want all of us to be very conscious of the complexities when it comes to Asia as a continent, as and how we define Asians as a cultural group. And I think this is a fantastic motion to go to help guide our work towards our anti-hate strategy, so that when we do it right. All right, thank you, Trustee Pei and Wong, for moving this. I fully support it, and I hope my colleagues will support it too.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Any other speakers before I go back to Trustee Pei? Okay, no other speakers. Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because I want to let them see, because this was actually drafted, for last year's,
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I think Trustee's not coming across from you at all. Clearly.
A bit of a static.
Can I make it, the amendment from with the periodic updates to provide my PSSC?
Trustee Pei, there's some audio issue. Do you want to try again?
Okay, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now? Better?
No, it's the same. I'm afraid I might have to ask to see if we can take the video off and try, but if you want.
Okay, let me take out the video. Okay. It's better, Chair? Is it better?
No,
Can you hear me better?
no, it's no.
No. Okay.
Do you want to try rejoining?
Yeah, maybe I try to rejoin with my phone. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wish to speak at this time? Trustee Wang, did you just want to say anything in closing for you as a seconder? If not, silence is okay. It's a reflection time. Just go ahead.
So through the chair, if I may, I'm going to ask System Superintendent Karen Murray to just speak with respect to the context around some plans are going to be similar and some plans are going to be a little bit different based on what we've just outlined tonight. I'm going to ask Superintendent Murray to make a comment on that. Ms. Murray?
Yes, thank you, and good evening, everyone. I just wanted to enter, and through you, Chair, and thank you for sharing some of the historical context, because we have began really intentionally with this work since 2019, and we engage with a two-phase process at that time. That first process was around the document, which you know about, and we created with that diversity of representation of Asian educators as identified in the section 1. And then the second phase was to engage with professional learning, which we consistently do and change and update based on the feedback of those who are attending the sessions, which there's a new iteration moving forward shortly. On top of that, I wanted to share that when we created the anti-hate, anti-racism strategy at the very first time in 2023, one of the things we talked about was that we had to move each of the working groups in phases because we did not have enough staff to move all of them at the very same time. So there are certain groups moving forward a lot faster because they started first. And then there's the other groups who are starting and has had meetings. This is one of them. And so we have had a meeting focusing with community from community organizations in regards to addressing anti-Asian racism. And at that meeting, as my central principal, Carlo Cabrera, shared, one of the first things asked is who's missing from the table. And so they're in that phase in regards to the work that's being done. And that work is to make sure that other members of that large, very diverse, very intricate community is able to be part of the working group and be able to be part of designing and developing this 2-year working plan and strategy. I also wanted to say that within the context of what they're aiming to design and develop includes the professional learning and to build on that. And this evening we did hear an area that hasn't come to our way most often, which is around international students. And that's something that we definitely are taking back with us. But it also includes employment equity. How do we affirm the identity of students, etc.? So I just wanted to let everyone know that, yes, we're on the phase of working through and starting this component, but all components did not start exactly at the very same time. And we look forward to October to coming forward with an update on where we are and what our next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Pei, are you ready to speak now?
Yeah, I am, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me better?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make an amendment for my motion is for the item SC, with peer area updated to instead of PSSC, I want to move to PPC because this is very important issue that should be heard by all trustees. Thank you.
Trustee Lee will second that amendment, unless Trustee Wong, you want to do it.
That's fine.
Okay, Trustee Wong is fine with this, so we'll just leave that as a motion that's being considered, just changes to the committee, a different committee. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Pei, you can finish off your remarks. We can't hear you. I think you muted yourself, Trustee Pei.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Chair. I just want to understand, should I make a closing comments or you want me to speak about this amendment?
You don't need to. You wanted to be on the speakers list, so that's why you were on the speakers list to speak second time. If you have already.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Up,
absolutely. Yeah, I want to speak second time. It's like I really appreciate the trustee support for this very important motion. To be honest, as a trustee, when we talk about leadership, when you look at the board, I'm just so proud. This is board have fabulous leadership, which composed by Asian trustees. Our acting chair is Asian. Our AFBAC chair is Asian. Our GPC chair and West chair, both are Asian. And even our director selection committee chair is Asian. So Asian, as the trustee levels, we show leadership. We lead, we work hard. But what really happened to our administration levels? So through your chair, I want to ask the staff questions. If this staff say, okay, we have the strategy, I want to see whether strategy been working. So the staff said, okay, the strategy started like 2019. So tell me, what's percentage of Asian staff are principal West principals in 2019 compare 2024? Give me percentage, very simple percentage.
Through the chair. Sorry about that.
Trustee Pei, I'm not too sure if you have that information right now, but I'll ask the staff if they have anything to add on to that.
Through the chair, some of this information was covered in our reports in the previous school year on the employment equity policy staff census. I would not have the information off the top of my head, but I would kindly request that the trustee revisit the reports from May of 2024. GPC, I believe that was the date. That should provide some of this information that he's seeking. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, do you have?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't understand. Is it me? I'm asking a question regarding the number and the percentage number. Why staff asked me to look at the report? Is that the way we always do this? Like, when I ask a question, if the staff don't know, just say, okay, trustee, hey, you just look at a report. I can give the date the report. I just wonder, sorry, I've been on the board on the 2 years. So Chair, Mr. Chair, help me understand. Is that a way I suppose get the answer? Or all the trustees get this type of answer when we ask the questions?
Through the chair,
when staff don't know
the
the answer.
director, the acting director would like to respond to that. Thank you.
Sorry, Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair to trustees. When staff are preparing for a notice of motion and consideration, we absolutely will look at the specificity of the motion and do our very best to prepare to be providing responses on the spot. When there are questions such as you are posing, Trustee Pay, that is not directly correlated to what is written before us. Staff necessarily would need to redirect trustees to previous reports or to be indicating that we would need to be reporting back if information was not yet readily available. In this case, a comprehensive report was prepared for trustees, so it would be typical for us to be reporting back. Please know that it is in no way disrespectful to the importance of the question being asked. It's a very important question. But again, it was not anticipated as a question to be posed to the notice of motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director. Assuming, Mr. Chair, I want to make comments about this. I think our board really lose focus here. So when we're talking about abiding anti-Asian racism, we don't even have a set a goal or number to know who we're going to promote to the leadership level to really address this systemic racism which is inherited by this board. I'm telling you, I give you an example, okay? My work for Willowdale, last year, for 20 schools, I only have one Asian principal, one Asian, that's 5%. But I have to thank my wonderful colleague, Superintendent Dominic Georgie. He promoted 2 Asian vice principals and 1 Asian principals last year. But that still make only 10% of my work. I want to give staff some number. In that report, 28 staff are Asian. How that the 10% or even less reflect? Okay, I want to ask another simple question. I hope the staff can answer me. So you, Mr. Chair, I want to ask the staff. So what's the percentage of senior management team in 2019, when we started working on this anti-Asian racism strategy? What's the percentage of senior staff
Trustee Pei,
today?
Unfortunately, like we weren't, as staff mentioned, some of these data percentage are not something that they could write off the question, answer some of those things. Please feel free to email them, or you could have emailed them earlier as part of the motion. But
yeah, okay.
Staff, I understand.
All right,
I understand what you're asking,
yeah.
so it could be rhetorical.
I can, you know what, I don't know the number before 2019, but I can tell you now. The senior staff percentage at the board is 9%, 4 of 44. Is that a ton of astonishing here? Why Asian talents been excluded from senior leadership at TDSB? And at the school level leadership, administrators like vice principal, principals. So I just want to understand what the strategy we're having for 6 years.
Trustee Pei.
Okay, I want to leave here. I want to leave here. So that's why I think I want to come back to my motion is like, I think we need a very comprehensive.
Trustee Pei, your time is up as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask staff to respond and then.
So thank you, and through the chair, thank you for those comments. Really appreciate you taking us back down the whole notion of what the percentages are. When we look at the notion of the strategy, and I really want to try and be very clear on this. 2019, we created a resource that addressed anti-Asian racism. It was a resource guide. In 2019, we did not say that we are creating a strategy. So as we evolve to 2023, and we have made this outline that we would be creating a strategy that would be a comprehensive 2-year strategy, the strategy is not yet in play. So I hear what you're saying, and those are all things we need to address because you're right about them. However, what we're trying to say is that we have outlined and put in place a plan, a methodology, and a roadmap in order to move forward. That's our intention, that's your expectation, and that's where we want to go. In order to allow us to do that, we need to be able to continue the work that is being done, and we're fully supportive of doing that. We do not believe that at this point in time, this particular motion does not add to what has already been provided and what we have committed to. That being said, we are supportive of the notion of achieving the goals that you've outlined because they have already been represented in our prior document from March 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And just for staff as well as the trustees to speak through the chair, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Just a new question based on the amendment to C, looking for periodic updates to come to planning and priorities. We heard earlier from staff that we are receiving a report at PSSC, and it just seems a little disjointed to me that we would get some of the anti-hate and racism strategy at one committee and then one piece at another committee. So can staff just remind us which committee this strategy originally came to, and can we keep it together?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. It was PSSC in March. Thank you.
Thank you. So based on that, I would just ask the movers to maybe reconsider that amendment to C so that we can be looking at all of the strategies together and not separately, and not placing separate demands on staff in that way to present as well.
Through me, Mr. Chair, I do not agree. I think it's a very important issue for the full board to consider. So I would rather to stay at PPC. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair. I'm sorry, Trustee Pei. PPC. I have the report in front of me. PPC. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you. That's okay. Are you okay to?
Through the chair, so I think what I'm hearing then is we'll get an update at PSSC next month, and then moving forward, we can expect these updates all to come together at PPC.
Yes, and through the chair, and part of the PSSC is that, and we want to provide trustees, which is what trustees have been asking for. You've wanted an update on where the strategies are. We're not going to, and once again, I want to be very clear, we're not actually providing you with the strategies. We're not there yet. We're providing you with an update around who's leading the strategies, what's the actual work plan that we have in place in order to move forward. So that's what's coming at PSSC on the 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Trustee King, are you asking the amendments to be changed now, or is that fine?
Through your chair, I think based on what we heard from staff, it is okay because these updates would be coming to PPC anyway.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Okay, any other speakers on the list? Hearing no other speakers. Are we voting on eScribe or eScribe? Okay, thank you all.
In favor?
It's moved by Trustee Pei, seconded by Trustee Wang, and eScribe will be open soon.
Naraja in favor.
Trustee Pei in favor.
Patel in favor.
Nunziata in favor.
Shan in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Wong in favor.
Rajiko Singham in favor.
Dawson in favor.
McLean in favor.
Is Trustee Earhart there? Trustee Laskin? No? They both left. Who else do you need? Trustee Hastings? In favor? Trustee Hastings in favor? Who? Trustee Lee?
In favor?
Okay. Trustee Lee in favor. Okay. Thank you all. That carries unanimously as well. Yeah. I think that's the end of the items, is it? Motion to adjourn. Moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by Trustee McLean. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.